Well, I'll tell Charlie I'm going to do it. Oh, wow.
Okay, let's get started. Good morning. This meeting is now called to order. Ms. Barrow, will you introduce the visitors?
I will.
Because someone is in Hawaii.
Julie Gaynor is in Hawaii, and I'm stepping in. We'll just start right over here. Dr. David Carlston is Chair of the Faculty Senate. Matthew Park is Associate Vice President for Student Affairs and Dean of Students. Dr. Foley is a Vice President. He's the Vice President. Dirk Welch is Chair of the Staff Senate. Valerie Maxwell is Director of Budget and Management. Charlie Carr, Director of Athletics, and Pam, you've got a seat over at this table. Deborah Garrison is Associate Vice President for Academic Affairs and Dean of the Graduate School. Ann Work is reporter for the Times-Record News. Lauren Roberts is a photographer with the Wichita. Dawn Fisher is Interim Director of Human Resources. Cindy Ashlock is Executive Assistant to the President. On this side of the room, you all know our Provost, Betty Stewart. Barry Moffitt, General Counsel. Mike Taylor is our new Internal Auditor. And we are excited to welcome him to our team. Then you have Dr. Bob Clark, Vice President, who you know. Kyle Owen, who keeps the campus running. And Dr. Howard Farrell, another Vice President. At the table, we have our three architect master planners extraordinaire. Exhausted, yes. Chris Rice at the end, Doug Abraham, and Pam Scott is with Sports Plan.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I need to warn you guys about something real quick. This is our first meeting to be held in a workshop retreat forum. That's not the warning. But it's our first meeting to be streamed live on the internet. So, keep in mind that we are live on the internet. There is no tape delay. The camera's right up here. Okay?
Can we see ourselves there?
Yes, you can, Kim. Yeah. So, all right, so I'm going to warn you, please silence and turn off your cell phone. Also, for those of you at the table, please be aware of the microphones on the table. They are very sensitive. If you whisper something, they're going to pick it up. When you're addressing the group, please speak up so you can be heard, be clear, and if you need to have a sidebar conversation, step away from the table. Okay, we provide an opportunity for public comment concerning agenda items at the beginning of each meeting. It appears that no one has signed up, and we will move on. Okay, this is item 1440. How can it be 1440? This is our first meeting of the year.
Our academic year starts in September.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Item 1440, campus planning is our only agenda item. As you are aware, in August, we began to talk about our need for developing a campus master plan. And in November, we had a good discussion of some preliminary work that has been done. And campus planners and architects Chris and Doug and Pam are with us today to discuss the information they've gathered and present options and recommendations. This will give us an opportunity to have an open and frank discussion, and I hope to keep this less formal than our regular meeting, although based on our history, we are not afraid to have a conversation. So, as noted in our agenda, we do not anticipate that any formal action or decision will result from these discussions. We will take short breaks as needed, and we will also stop for lunch around noon. My guess is we'll be done hopefully around 3 o'clock, possibly sooner. It just all depends on you guys. So Dr. Rogers, you want to open us up here, and then we'll just get started.
Just a few comments, because we do have a lot to do today. And let me start by, I don't think I could really describe this, but the staff and our planners have worked 3 solid days to the point that we were brain dead one day and decided to leave. But I want to tell you, we have looked at every corner of the campus, and we have looked at those issues that we've discussed before. And I want to go over those in just a minute, I believe very thoroughly. And I want to thank the effort that the staff and our planners have been putting into this. I think you know them. They worked all over the United States on some of the most progressive universities, beautiful university campuses. And you'll see some of those pictures today to give you a feel for some of the possibilities for Midwestern State University. Now, I think you will all remember this, but I want to tell you, I get caught up in it sometime and forget when I look at it, and it looks a little bit overwhelming. We're talking about short-term needs for this campus, and we all know what those are. We must talk about dormitories. We do that because looking at the demographics of the entering freshman class from this past fall, and looking at the potential enrollment increases from another larger freshman class this fall, and where these students are coming from, we need to talk about housing and cafeterias and so forth. We also believe that there's a good opportunity that the state will issue bonds for us to make some changes, and there's serious changes in the buildings and on this campus in this upcoming session. We need to be prepared to write that plan and be prepared to know what we're going to ask for really in a very few months. So we've done that too. But remember, this is short-term planning all the way out to maybe 2025. We've based this planning on numbers. We've based it on peer institution space for programming. We've based it on coordinating board recommendations, and we've based it on our own projections about growth. Our projections, I believe, are very reasonable and even modest because, and then we will certainly give you a lot of numbers about the university because we have to base this planning on something quantitative, but it is very hard to look out that far. Remember, again, as the chairman said, we are looking today at best options for the things that we need to do on this campus and the things that we can do. So these are options. We will have some specific recommendations from this meeting today for the board, and I think the board will have a good feel for this at the February Board of Regents meeting. So due to a changing university, we're here every day, we're here and familiar with the university every day. We don't realize how much the university is changing. So when we're talking about changing the physical appearance as well as our buildings, laboratories, and classrooms, we don't want to forget that there are so many variables that we must consider there. Is the program growing? Is there potential for this program to grow if we give them the right resources? What we teach, you're all familiar with the number of important new programs, graduate programs and undergraduate programs that we've added just in this past year that will attract new students, and it will change what we teach and how we teach it. So I'm saying that I forget at times that we're looking long term, okay, and we have to remember that it's not just the size of the university, it's the fact that the university's changed dramatically. I come from the sciences. I can tell you, for example, our science building was designed in 1966. It was remodeled in 86. What we teach and how we teach it over there has changed dramatically. And so we need to look at those issues as well as just the size of the campus. I appreciate your willingness to go through this. I think we have some very exciting things to show you today, and I left wanting to get started tomorrow on this, but this is the starting place. So I appreciate your time very much. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it over. Marilyn, do we need to do anything else before we turn it over to Chris? Okay.
If you're ready.
All right.
Chris, before you take off, let me add one other thing here. First of all the people who came from out of town, I know this is a one-day inconvenience, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. It was nasty last night, I know, because I drove in it as well, but thank you guys for being here, and you guys as well. This is an extremely important process. I think we've been talking about this now for the last 2 board meetings, maybe even bleeding back into 3 meetings. And I think the genesis of this, as we began to talk about it, obviously was where do we put a baseball stadium on campus? And as we began to really dig into that, I think that what we figured out was this is a bigger question than where do you put a baseball stadium on campus. It is what do we ask for in the TRB, as Dr. Rogers described. It is what is the next program? How big are we going to get? What are the things that we need from an academic standpoint? And to be clear, I want everybody to realize this is not just about bricks and mortar. This is about the university as a whole. How do we make Midwestern the best choice for the students that set foot on this campus? And that's really what this is about in the next 10 years. I was cleaning up my office over the holidays, and I found a remnant of a strategic plan that we had put together before I came on the board. And it was interesting because it really expired the year I came on the board, which has been 6 years ago now. And we really haven't done anything since then. And so this is really the next step, and it's so important for us to do that. And this board can shape what this university will look like 20 years from now. So there you go.
Great intro. Well, good morning, everyone. I feel like we've been up for 48 hours working hard on all this stuff and talking and coming up with these great ideas. And I just wanted to quickly go over the agenda for the day. Yeah, it's good. It's kind of not sunny out today, so you can actually see. To quickly go over the last presentation, I'm not going to present the entire thing to you, but just to review the last few slides that we went over with you in the briefing earlier this year, and then do some observations on the campus. A little bit of that was done in November with you, but there's a few more things that we want to show you. We just didn't have time at that point. We're going to walk through a series of examples of where we think the next series of projects that Dr. Rogers was talking about as far as student life goes, housing, ideas on how you deal with dining as you add housing to the campus, because that's going to be an issue as you have more kids. Enrollment grows, folks living on campus, it's going to be an issue. Also some landscaping ideas that we have. And then Doug's going to talk some about benchmarking, peer projections, and benchmarking against the peers and space projections. And that all leads into this bigger picture of what are the top priorities of the colleges, and all these are done of each of the colleges. Which one's kind of climbing to the top as needing to grow the most and is in the most space deficit situation today, which leads into that TRB, that we're going to pursue. So we're going to talk about that and some of our thoughts on that, and then how those end up being implemented onto the campus physically. So we'll look at 3 different building site options for that, and then we'll look at athletic planning, and then at the end, Dr. Filet is going to talk about how this all dovetails in that we can get it built and open in time over the next couple of years. So it's really important that we have the decision done by February so we can move forward and get those things open. So just to quickly go over our last presentation to you. This is a slide that President Rogers went over and talked about their retreat that initiated a lot of this, and the goals that really came out of that, which were the TRB request, issues of housing, dining, and Greek life, and also baseball was a part of that as those primary goals. And the secondary goals were athletic master plan. This is what dovetailed and brought Pam in. Pam came all the way from Kansas City, by the way, so she's here from a long ways away.
We're here.
We were talking about the library and how to consolidate and repurpose some of those uses. And now that you have Christ Academy, what potential uses could we do with that? Police department, parking, coaches' offices as a part of athletics is a big issue. And then landscaping and beautification. And finally, at the end, mentioned that this process that we're going through here is a very small snippet. It's a great start, but it's being hurried along based on the fact that we've got to make a decision in February to go forward to apply for this TRP. And so a much larger comprehensive master plan effort may be entailed. As we've talked over the few days, it's like Well, what about this? What about that? Well, it's really going to need further study. Like parking. We can't figure all the parking out in 3 days. It's more things. So, I'd be glad to come back at February's meeting and walk you through. Initially, we thought we might do that today. An example of what that process would look like normally with other sub-consultants and utility infrastructure and things like that. But in the meantime, I have a few examples up here of other ones that I've done around the country. At break, you're more than welcome to come and take a look at them and kind of flip through them. Some of them are just brochures and marketing pieces, other than bigger, thicker books or full-blown kind of comprehensive master plan. So I'll give you a sense real quick of kind of what's involved in that. And then Marilyn shared with us why do a campus plan, and these bullet points are ones that we share with everybody. And the top three are probably the most important at this point, is that we make sure that the decisions we make today aren't going to be dollars that we have to pull out of the ground and be spent somewhere else later. We want to make sure that what we do today isn't going to impact future decisions, and that the decisions that we make today is part of a longer-term vision. And that longer-term vision really comes more a part of these big comprehensive plans that go further on. And then we make sure they grow in an efficient and attractive manner, and some of these other pieces should cover it as well. I covered some of the initial observations, talked about, this is a map of the campus, Taft, just to orient. I'll orient you now, and then as we go on, all the maps will be oriented the same way. So here's Taft Street, Midwestern, President's House is down here, the Student Union, Hardin. And I think my initial impression of the campus, it's interesting. I hate saying this, but I grew up in Dallas. I had never heard of Midwestern State. And so that is one of those issues that as we move forward, I think you guys are starting to reach out to that area to attract students. And that's great, because when I showed up here, I was like, this is an amazing place. And so it's like this hidden little jewel out here that you really need to start making sure that people learn and know about it. And this whole front lawn section from Hardin all the way down to Ligon is amazing as an open space. And that old original quad to the west of Hardin is a great piece to start building off of. How do we take the good things about those two pieces and extract them through the rest of the campus? This issue of how the framework of the campus is set up on a grid is really helpful as you start to expand and think about how we take the great things of these spaces. And at that point, Doug went over some of the peer benchmarking and why we do it. And it's important to compare yourselves against the peers as they grow, and if they're the ones you're trying to keep up with, what are they doing, how are they doing it, what kind of square footages are they using within each of the college's programs, and as we continue to grow and we're competing against those folks, then how do we do that? And who those peer groups are, this is from the coordinating board. These are their peers, and so there's the peers that the coordinating board has, and then there's the peers that you guys, some of the colleges compete with directly. It may not necessarily match these are university-wide. So that we kind of ended with that in the last presentation with you all. So from there, I thought we would kind of pick up on a couple of the analysis pieces that I didn't get to share with you at that point. But to begin with, I just want to say that you've done a great job. I mean, this campus has a lot of things that are really going for it. It's what we call good bones, right? It's got great solid bones you can build on and expand on. Great. That doesn't happen a lot of times. So to manage to come through the 60s through the 80s with architects who were doing all that, it really was devastating to a lot of universities over time. I love the fact that even your warehouse facilities has these little dentals and details within them. Your central plant has that little archway opening, that you go through. And so there's a consistency on the campus architecturally. What would be really good would be, and is done in a comprehensive plan, is to go back and get a set of design guidelines, which establishes it. And you come up with basically what we call a kit of parts. And you go around, and I took all these photographs because I was days, even down to the level of, this is very traditional. This kind of gets back to, how do you take this kind of feeling from this campus architecturally and export that into the landscape? And is the landscape furniture that we're selecting matching kind of this character? And so those guidelines, I think, I would suggest would be one of those things that we look into at some point. Develop a book. That way when the architect shows up, you can give them that book and say, here are the guidelines. Or the landscape architect shows up, here are the guidelines, and you need to follow these because this is what we're doing everywhere. Because if not, they're going to pick whatever they want. By the residence hall or the wellness, there's no sign. So you're not quite sure if you're close to campus, on campus. So it's one of those things of taking these pieces and making sure that they're markers around the campus as gateways and entries. So you've got to start. It's just a matter of kind of studying where the other ones might want to go. So as people arrive, if it's not really clear, they'll know. It's one of those things. So I said all the really great, nice things. And now it's time to be a little more critical of some of the things that we might want to take a look at to work on, which are an issue of pedestrian conflict with roads and parking. And I don't know that this is necessarily a surprise to everybody, but the infrastructure of the roads is great for vehicular access, service, and loading. It's devastating to students trying to get from one point, or faculty, or staff, or anybody that's going on campus. Any pedestrian that has to get across campus is constantly fighting these streets and the cars that are traveling on them. And then you add the parking lots on top of it. Right now, you have a little over 3,000 parking spaces. They're all surface lots. You haven't had to build a garage yet, which I think is okay. So this gives us a lot of opportunity to go back and rethink the location of where some of these are and how much you have. But if you think about the core part of the campus, not including the South Campus down here, is about 112 acres. If we take all the surface parking lots and we cram them together, then we imagine how much space they take up. It's almost 23 acres on campus, and these are Monday through Friday with 100% of the parking with an average use of 56% and 44% that's available on an average through the course of the day. And so you can see these pie charts. Down here, there's 1,360 spaces available on Friday, right? So really, it's more of it's a perceived problem. It's that the spot's not right in front of the building I want to go to, or my residence hall, or wherever that might be. There's plenty of parking in other places, but it's too far. I don't want to park out there long. And of course, weather up here can get nasty. That's an issue too. So the report at the end of the day basically says it's a perception more than anything. The peak time is the most difficult time, and of course that's 2 days, Wednesday and Thursday from 12:30 to 2, where 88% of the spaces are taken. So some of this can be resolved as when you teach classes, if you spread those out, then it means that the students are going to go a little earlier and stay a little later. So I frame all that going into this next series of slides to have you think that if we can remove some of these small pockets of parking that are just really in the wrong place and causing issues with this pedestrian circulation across campus, I think we can do some of those without really impacting the parking issue as a problem. And those would be strategic ones, and I think ones that would be summer projects that you could do. Get 20 cars out of there, re-landscape it, and the students show up the next fall, they don't notice that's really nice. Right? And it happens over the course of the summer. So in thinking about the student life projects, I'm going to walk through a series, and I'm starting with this diagram because it's a combination of looking at that idea of how we build student projects relative to housing, dining, and a couple of other things, and how those are placed on campus, how we can strategically build a building. We're going to have to deal with some parking and some issues. Like I said, as you build buildings, most of the places we have available today is on surface parking lot, unless you want to tear a building down. In some cases, we'll look at doing that. because there's not very many options otherwise. And so at the end of this series, we'll look at a diagram similar to this, and you'll have to keep in mind that, did we fix it? This was a diagram that I did with Kyle sitting down, and you can let us know if there's something we kind of missed on it. It was our best take on where pedestrians are walking on the campus on a regular basis. And if you took a slice of time in a day, it would change based on what's going on. But generally, a lot of as the students are living on West Campus and down in here in the southwest corner, a lot of them are coming up, and of course the Union is right here. Most of your academic functions up here. Here's Dillard. You can't see it very well. And the library and Bowling. And so as the students are walking from the residential part of campus and trying to get to Bowling or the library or up to Dillard, they're coming and walking diagonally. And I think this move was really good. Closure of that street really has helped a lot. I think a lot of them are coming up through here. But the primary pathway that gets used a lot is this one that goes right through the Clark loading dock area. Is that your sense of the student? Is there anything that is on here that might be a little different? We didn't go out of town. Students are in the walk.
Not really. I mean, in between the student center and Cultural Acre, right there. In between any break, there's a couple hundred students walking back and forth.
Right. Are there a lot of them that come up through here? Are these lines as big as what it shows?
Yeah.
It seemed like a lot of kids coming down and coming through the Union to get to the program.
Definitely. Especially when the weather's bad, everybody
goes through
the student center.
Although Dillard is a business school, it's also the location for the majority of Jennings classrooms. Most of the other colleges are depending on that building.
Right.
For day-to-day education.
Okay. So this is a circulation as you walk across campus, and across all the blue, all the streets. So in this case, if you're walking from Marshall Village across to get to, let's say you're going to Dillard, you're walking through the parking lot, across the street, across Comanche. So you've got 3 streets in a big parking lot diagonally. I'm not sure if the kids would come here. If you're going up here, would you come straight across with a nice walk and make a hard left, or you just cut through?
Probably walk through.
I would. Zigzag through the parking lot. You don't want to. I mean, it's our nature to take the straightest line, right? Especially if you're in a hurry or late to class. So we take that and overlay the parking lots on top of that. Start thinking about. I mean, this is being a little bit clear. This is an entryway coming out of Proto Jaeger. This great, beautiful archway that come out. Walk right through the cars. This piece gets even tougher as you start doing that, and this joint right here as well. This one kind of remains the same because you're not parking along there. There's one up here that I think would be great if we could fix that coming out of the west side of Hardin. Be a historic old main building, but you cross the parking lot and street at that point, trying to use the main line. And so this is. I had suggested as part of this workshop that we get out and take a walk. When that big storm blew in on Monday and it was minus whatever around, I said, that's going to be a little too cold. So we thought, I had a bunch of photographs. So here's starting at the Sunday. This is that parking lot we were just talking about. So if you come out of the village and walk diagonally across there, it's interesting. Have you ever noticed it? Have you looked up to see it? Now, when this gets covered, the trees get covered, you may not see it as well. But you get these views back to the tower, which I think is awesome. As you walk around campus someday, look up and see when you're walking by if you can ever look at the tower. So it's really cool. But the problem is, this is how I got to get there, right? And that's that path that we're trying to walk across. And so I kind of saw this student walking past, and he was going down in between McCullough, Trigg, and Killingsworth, and the bikes and the dumpsters, and This is the maintenance manual over here. And he's going to make a right and go back this way. And it's cool. You turn the corner and you get this other great image and view of the tower. But to get there, I got to get through I got to go across Comanche and then through Winosia's parking lots. This is that parking lot just to the east side of Dayton. The other one would be from the library going across Council Drive through through the Stonewatcher Plaza, which is that walk we were just talking about. So this is really great, right? And you've got the stage down at the end. And of course, the first time I walked this is the image I was showing you earlier. You got cars parked here, the loading docks over here, the dumpster, and this is that path those kids are walking every day. That big fat red line is just showing. And so, they deal with it and they probably don't think anything about it, but if it looks like Stonewatcher Plaza all the way back there over to the other residence hall, how nice would that be, right? You get to the street that you close between the dining and Killingsworth, right? You got Daniel at the end. You got streets, and then the sidewalk leads to the big bay of Daniel and the dumpster and everything. So sorry, it's like, hey, what lines up and then look down. So these are little things a lot of folks may not even think about. But when you have students come on campus and they're impressed or they're like, this is really beautiful, they may not understand why that is. But I think if we start thinking about cleaning these things up, it's easier for them to not pick up on things like that. And then coming in between the two, Red Pierce and Killingsworth, to get back to Stonewatcher, you built this nice walk. And I'm sure this is easy enough to do probably to get through. Some students may just be lazy enough to just walk right down the street because, as an architect, this drives me nuts, right? I guess I'm one of those classical type guys that I want things to line up because I don't want to be here and there. It would have been nice if we could have somehow figured out that parking lot to get this in line with the front door. And just make it easier for everybody. So when you see the drawings that I come up with, a lot of those things will all be lined up. Sorry. Any thoughts? I'm just going to pause right there for a second. I know I'm being kind of critical. This is nothing new on any campus we come to. This is always an issue. It's like, let's put parking. Can we get 5 spaces in there? Yeah, let's do it. Can we get 20 in there? Yeah, let's do it. So we put parallel parking on the streets, and then all of a sudden, because you need parking, but nobody thinks about how are we walking to get through the campus and those sidewalks with concrete all the way. And over time, it just becomes kind of a problem.
Well, I will tell you that when I was here 35 years ago, parking was a problem. I used to park across in the First Presbyterian parking lot and walk. That was the handiest way to get here. It was a problem then, and it appears to be worse now. And obviously, if you have to park a long way away, like on the south lot that you said nobody's using, then that just compounds the problem because you have further to walk. The handy parking is pretty well used by the dorm residents. And the logical thing to me seems to be, it costs money to do, obviously, but to go vertical where the existing parking lots are located, near the classroom buildings rather than south where it's too far to walk, nobody's going to use them.
I think one of the strategies we try to do in the planning effort, and a lot of it has to do with when you start going vertical with parking structures, you're dumping a lot of cars into a very small area, and can the road network handle it? And so that's what dovetails into, we kind of know what we want to do, but we should have a parking or traffic consultant come study before we decide we want to put a garage, up here. It sounds like a good idea. It'll provide parking, and we're going 5 stories, and it's going to be 750 cars. You're in a single-lane residential street, and can you dump out all those cars onto those streets, or can we sit in the garage going around waiting to get out?
So let me make a comment about the parking. You're right. It is a problem. I was here 40 years ago. It's a problem. But the issue is, I think, location. And I think we should understand, you just said it, that if we do go vertical and we build a garage, it is not going to be in the heart of campus. Bottom line is they're going to have to walk. And if you go on other campuses in our peer group, and other campuses not in our peer group, those parking garages are on the corners of the campus because of what Chris just described. Those traffic flows are not going to be centered into, so that's not going to solve what seems to be the ultimate problem with parking for students, is I can't park in front of Hardin. I can't park in front of Prothrow. They're still not going to be able to park in front of Prothrow. It'll give us more spaces. It'll be more productive. It'll keep the traffic flows better, and it'll help what we just heard about. But it's not going to put them right in front of the building they want to be. And that's just a reality.
Well, the comment, I think you're going to have several comments through today, because what the staff saw after 3 days is that no decision we make is going to be a perfect solution to everything. We have to put in priority order what we're trying to solve and then deal with that. So I am convinced of that this is an inconvenient campus for students to get from one place to the other. So we could cut their walking distance down with the plan that he's going to show. It would be more attractive and more convenient, not have to walk through parking lots and cross streets and so forth. I think it would be, as far as the student life issue, a really positive thing. But with that comes some hard decisions about parking. And everything we do is going to be like that, just about.
Let me pile onto that for a second, Dr. Rogers. I've spent some time on campuses that are in our peer group and our size. We use the term inconvenient. I would argue that we're not inconvenient. We're not inconvenient when you look at those other campuses. And we're about the same, frankly. Are there some that are better? Sure. But there are some that are a lot worse. And I'm not talking about UT and Tech and A&M, which are just sprawling metropolises into themselves. I'm talking Tarleton, Mary Hardin, Baylor, West Texas A&M, East Texas A&M. They have their own issues when it comes to parking. And it's amazing to me that anywhere you go, parking is the topic of conversation. And, you know, I would argue that we're not that inconvenient. Even if you parked on the furthest end of the South Campus, how long would it take to walk from there up to the quad? 5 minutes.
I was really referring to walking across streets, through buildings, through parking lots.
And I'm presuming for a moment we're going to solve some of this stuff. I mean, and to your point on the priority, you know, I think it's a little, I'm just going to say this out loud, a little misleading by starting with this, because this isn't our biggest problem. Parking is an issue, but our biggest problem is big stuff. Okay, but you got to talk about this first to get to the big stuff.
That's right. Big stuff relates to the space.
Yeah. It's also the culture you want to create on the campus. You know, to gain the camaraderie of the campus, to get the alumni support, get people to connect on the campus, you create the culture of people wanting to come onto the campus. In the past, it's been very much a commuter campus. People come on and leave. And our culture as a society has been very, very retail about that. You go to a store, you want to park as close to the front door, you go in there, buy what you want to get, come out. In a commuter campus, you come onto the campus, you want to go when you want to get taught, you leave. But a campus that grows, and some of the larger campuses that you mentioned, and the traditional liberal arts campuses that have a strong alumni following, and the donor dollars that come back in with that, have a strong connection to the campus. And it's not necessarily about them coming in and then being able to leave right away. You come in, you stay all day. You don't go home to study. You go to the library to study, or you go to the student union to study. So you create the environment that promotes that. That once you're on campus, it's a very comfortable space to be. It's very relaxing to be there. And then that 5 or 10 minute walk back to your car at the beginning or the end of the day is not so much an issue, because you're doing it just once in, once out.
I think you'll be pleased with some of the solutions that are positive.
Just want to offer 2 things that I haven't heard mentioned. One is when I commuted and I looked at other campuses, the issue is not the parking. The issue is that I went to parking lot A and it's full, and parking lot B is full, and I didn't allow the 30 minutes it would take me to find a park.
Yeah.
So the technology we have today, we could, I'm not saying we do it, we could alert people to where the parking is available right now, so I don't get so frustrated looking for a parking spot.
Right.
So that's one thing.
Right.
Second thing is the issue really that students don't want to walk a block, or the fact that they don't want to spend 20 minutes finding their parking spot? You know, and I don't think you've mentioned whether that's really the issue.
I'm looking at this.
Well, I think the most, I guess, sought after parking lots are in the most, I guess, they make the campus ugly. It's going to be right there in front of Pro Jaeger and then in front of the library.
Right.
And we just have that one side to park on. And then I guess in front of Dillard, but I'm not down there much.
So you go look there first, and then
Yes,
fall,
and
and you
people
go somewhere
circle
else in
the
front.
parking lots when they can just drive down here,
Yeah.
down there, park, and get out of your car.
Right.
But they'll, like, it's like golf course sometimes, you have to be careful, because somebody will just turn right in front of you. Okay, well,
Let's remember the big picture. We're looking for places to put new dormitories, and if we're gonna grow, we've gotta have dormitories. We're looking for places for health sciences, updating of buildings and so forth, and those places are related to the fact we have 27 acres of parking that needs consolidating and made convenient.
But to Linwood's point, that when my daughter was here, my youngest daughter, she just graduated a couple years ago. That's one of the things she said about parking was the circle route.
Right.
What Dr. Gibbons just described, going to one lot, then going to another lot, going to another lot, and getting frustrated by that. Linwood's right. The technology is available to us today. As soon as you drive into a lot, you can determine. I mean, look, DFW has it. They got little lights on there that says it's green or it's not, or how many spaces. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
before you get to
available.
the deck, it has a number up there.
Yeah, it's available to us.
On my cell phone. could
Yeah,
tell me
it's
Yeah.
cell phone.
But again, we've gotta have space to put buildings. If you had larger parking lots, you wouldn't be driving around to as many small places looking for parking.
well, like I said, we all know that there's parking right across the street, but for some reason, everybody just wants to park right there in front of it.
I think we need to move on.
My only other comment about commuters is that I don't think you ought to treat it as they park their car and they go somewhere. Their car is their office. They don't have a dorm to go to or anywhere to go to. So they're back to that car all the time. So maybe you're thinking if there was a place where they can have more of an office rather than just try to have to carry everything all day. Those are just some thoughts that I haven't heard you bring out.
Yeah. Well, we've been here for 3 days, and this is our observations. We're not necessarily to the point of, we have the TRV and all those other things we'll talk about today. That whole parking solution today is a pretty detailed study that you can go in and study what the issues are. How do we reorganize it, and how do we strategize it, and then how do we implement it? And some of that will take a parking consultant and a transportation consultant start thinking about it. It's a whole big puzzle. It's not easily resolved. Now there are universities out there. Go to UNC Chapel Hill's website and look. I looked on their master plan. In fact, the master plan report was right here back in 2002, and there's no silver bullet for solving this problem. They have policies that if you live within a mile of the bell tower, you're not allowed to bring your car to campus. But they provide shuttles from remote parking lots just outside that 1 mile radius. So if you're coming in, and then they have zip cars, and so there's multiple ways of dealing with this situation, especially when you get to the
So, Chris, to Dr. Rogers' point, I think we need to move on. But I think where we leave this is that this has to be the beginning point to talk about how we find space to put the things that Dr. Rogers is talking about. But again, at the end of the day, parking has been a constant thorn on this campus. And that's why you got to start with it, because when you start taking parking, people are going to scream bloody murder. And we just need to be able to be aware of that as a board.
And you're exactly right. I put this up here on purpose to get everybody kind of thinking about the issues. When we go in and we start dropping in a 150,000 square foot building, and it takes a huge chunk of parking out of play.
Can I ask one last question about the acreage issue? Because Dr. Rogers alluded to it. You should put it up there. We have 122 acres in the main campus, right? and 23 acres is parking. How does that compare to other campuses in our peer group? Just out of curiosity, do you know? From a space standpoint.
It's pretty typical for it to take up 25 or 30% of the campuses. That's not untypical. That's why it's always a problem.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. You're not far off from that.
Okay.
But back to your point, it's not always about how much acreage you have in it. It's where it's located. Is it really affecting this issue of trying to walk between buildings across the campus? And the fact is, in every campus I've ever been to that was built in a city that kind of had a city grid already there, the old streets went through, and you just end up leaving them until eventually sometime you figure out how you're going to close a chunk of it, like you did this one. And over time, they started getting closed down because their problem is you let daily traffic go through it all the time.
I want to, and if I'm jumping too far ahead here, tell me and I'll be quiet and wait. But back to Jesse's point about we have to have X amount of space to build dorms. One issue obviously is that we're somewhat landlocked.
Yes.
However, we've unlocked it to some extent by buying houses to the north across Hampstead. Which, how many houses do we own over there, Jesse? 5 or 6? Six.
Six, I believe.
Is that
They're blocked in the upper left-hand corner up there.
right? Even though it's not in the middle of campus, which is a bit of a disadvantage, that still looks like maybe a consideration for new dorms to go.
Yeah, we're looking at the first 600 beds as part of phase 1, and then we've got a lot of other things we're trying to work out. And I think the housing, there needs to be additional say of where that might go in the future in the next 20 years. So to follow up on this, and I tried to overlay, and this was a drawing I'd done a while ago that finally got it mapped this way, is the Germain Quad is really the biggest part of this green space and this kind of American campus tradition that we have. And even though the roads break it up, there are pockets of other pieces. How can we go back and reconnect some of these together and make the landscape, take what we know and love about the best parts of our campus and export those down to the south and down to the west and across to the west, so we can start connecting with student housing better. So this issue of cleaning all these things up. And so I put a couple of bullets about things that I already mentioned this one about moving some of the smaller parking lots that are kind of in the way, similar to the one next to Daniel here would be a good one. That you design service drives in pieces, like if we could come back and redesign the service and access to the Union in a different way and make it look and feel more like a pedestrian walk, and then the truck comes in and delivers and leaves, and the rest of the day, they ball it off, and then the rest of the day the students can walk by, there's no parking in there, and clean all that up. That's a summer project, we can do like that. Be willing to close a couple of streets here and there and create pedestrian walks and refine parking strategies. And this kind of gets back to where do the garages go long term if we need them? How do we zone parking? What's reserved? What's student, et cetera? That takes a bigger study. And I think, and I say the policies because that gets up to, you can make a policy without changing or moving a parking space about strategies and how you deal with parking. And, for instance, if a student lives on campus, we feed them, and they have a job on campus, should they be allowed to have a parking space in the core of campus, or should we have them park remotely because more likely they want to use that weekends? That's kind of one of those.
That's a policy a lot of the universities are adopting. I know that for a fact.
Yeah. And they get more stringent as and you can make that policy and not really affect any spaces physically. Okay, so there's lots of them out there. There's Chapel Hill is really good at doing that, so I looked them up. So so going back and testing that walking, this looks much better than it did previously. And here's an image, that we can provide and design ways of getting access into campus that on a regular basis for those deliveries. and still make it beautiful. So jumping to the first idea about a residence hall. The thought was, because of all the residential buildings here in this cluster, that this big parking lot, just east of Saltwater Village, is probably a really good spot to build the first phase of housing. This little red box, you'll see this as we go through in a minute, it represents 360 beds. Now on that site, Killingsworth is 6 stories, I believe, right? So we're talking about a building that size and scale. It's tall. I think it's okay. I don't think it's... The issue is a lot of your buildings, and this building in particular, is a 1-story building. When you're landlocked and you don't have any place to go, you can't continue to build 1- and 2-story buildings. You can't afford to do it. You run out of space as it is. So we're pushing this up a little bit to have it match the taller buildings that it sits next to. And it would have, I mean, this project could go in and re-landscape all this. That would give a huge space for the students for informal play, rec, open space. And then phase 2 could come in later, or if the need, Keith is finding I told him I'd glance stuff over to him as questions come flying. But and so maybe by the time you really think about this, you might want to be building that whole complex as you go and doing that all as one project. The other one I'm going to propose, which will get us over the 600 beds, would be the idea of, I was looking at, is this Pierce? That one was enclosed, but thinking that you could do a similar thing to Killingsworth and maybe put a glass atrium over the top so that could be an internal covered courtyard or air-conditioned space on the other side. You could do that. That would still clean up the edge along with Pierce and not disturb that quad. So you could phase that in at any time. I think, of course, that would take further study with an architect to figure out how.
3 phases at 640 beds.
640 beds. And so that's kind of what we're proposing at this point. Because I think the housing reports that a lot of the new housing should be semi-suite kind of. Would that be first-year students? You're thinking first and second year?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Going in there. So that it's important that if that's the need, it's important to have that housing as close to the core of the campus. Of course, the apartments and other things in upper class, it's easier to put them a little further out. Any thoughts on that location?
I think we need to remember, if we look at the demographics of the freshman class that we had last year, which was a big jump, we're very proud of it. Looks like it's going to happen again. If you look at that, we are becoming a residential campus. The fact is we have to. I mean, the reality is population and projections for the old drawing area is going down. The FW seems to have no end to their growth. Houston, San Antonio, and we're drawing students from there. We're going to become a residential campus. We can't. That's our future. If we can't become one, we're not going to grow. I really think that, and that's the reason it's we need to start thinking about this right very soon. After 3 days, I think we all feel like that is an excellent location. We've still got to go back and take care of some issues. And like I said to begin with, every time we make a decision, it's like a falling dominoes. You're going to see
So let me
we have some
backtrack for a
solutions
second,
to that.
Jesse.
Yeah.
Because if you do this, you're getting ready to take how many spaces?
220.
And you're going to add, call it 600 beds. Where are you going to put those kids' cars? I mean, again, I heard what you said earlier, but that's why parking is such a big deal. We cannot have a discussion about this without having a decision made about where these people put their cars. Period.
Well, yeah, we can do a few things. And first of all, let me preface my comments with, I absolutely agree with Chris. We need a parking consultant to come in and look globally at parking because I don't think we have the capacity to actually solve that.
Right.
You could use, obviously, Darren Lewis J. Rodriguez, Christ Academy there. You could use that lot. That's
Yeah, this is almost
build.
exactly a 200 space lot.
Yeah, that's a big space. There's a lot north of Sunwatcher Village, and right there. that could be zoned residential. Again, zoned residential up in the northwest corner. And you know what a lot of schools did, and what I did as a freshman is I paid a lot less parking fee, and I parked remotely, right? And so those are, again, policy options that we can
Well, I
look at.
understand that, but I think that we can't have this discussion without having that bigger discussion. That's why I think it was really important to open with that conversation about the parking and the flow and all that jazz, because that gets you to the core of what we need to talk about. This is just the first step, because you're getting ready to talk about academic buildings, and it's going to create even more constraint on parking. So, you know, if we're, just pick a number, 8,000 students, who knows how many cars that means. So we have to have a plan. I know you do, I'm just reinforcing.
I think as this presentation goes, you will see elements of that plan.
Well,
But
I'll tell you
again,
right
let me
now,
preface it, I still think we need consulting.
Keith, if we get 640 beds, we can tear down the old Bidwell apartments. That puts a nice parking lot there. The new parking lot that we worked hard to put in up there on the northwest corner of the campus is not used. It is not very far from that dormitory. It's on the edge of the campus. I think it'd be.
Well, I guess my point is, I hear that, but I also hear what Chris is saying about surface. And I am very concerned, and believe me, I don't want this to be misconstrued. I am very concerned that surface parking is not enough, and that we really need to seriously consider a vertical solution. And we need to be very, very cognizant of where we put that vertical solution. Because it's not going to be a popular choice.
And it needs to be strategically placed.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I understand. You said this was how many floors in the dormitory? You said 6 floors?
As
Did
tall as,
I'm sorry.
I was going to say, if you imagine how tall Killingsworth is.
Chris McCullough's road is 6 as well, right next to it.
So
yeah.
that was my next question. So the height of the new dorms would be comparable to buildings that surround it?
Yeah.
Yes. And so we're not.
No, I'm going back to the parking too, I'm sorry, but I agree, parking probably is going to have to go vertical. And if we put parking, let me start with this. I too am from Dallas and had never heard of Midwestern. And when I first came on this campus, I thought, this campus is gorgeous. It's a beautiful campus. And I went to UT and everything is, you know, hard, tall buildings with a lot of concrete and not a whole lot of building space. It was just gorgeous to me. So my concern as a board member now of Midwestern State would be to make sure that we do things to keep the beautification of the campus that's currently here. And so if we do have vertical structures for parking, I agree with Sean that we have to be very cognizant of where we put them. And it would seem to me that putting them on the outskirts of the university might be the best place to put them so that they won't interfere with the feel of the campus.
Right. And the idea is to get folks who are driving to park the cars and then get out and walk.
Right. And that's my only.
Right. Okay, well, let's keep moving on here. So a couple of the thoughts that we had, and this is a drawing, you'll see it kind of build over time. And I talked about this a little bit. The service and loading zone to park today is an issue. And if I had to pick my number one priority as a consultant, tell you what to do for summer project, it would be this one. And of course, the rest of Sunwatch is already constructed, so it would essentially be from here over. But and I think there's maybe 20 cars that park right here next to the residence hall. But there's a way to design this that you could put bollards. Actually, I think I need to fix this drawing. The bollards would be just this side of this is the band hall right there. And the bollards would come down when the service truck goes in to deliver to Clark. You need a large concrete pad to come in and pull so they can back in. And then they'd come back out, bollards would go up, and the rest of the time it's open plaza, it's grass and trees and everything. So I think that would be an excellent summer type project you could do. The other idea that came up, and it comes back to this idea of, as you build those 600 beds, in the next 3 or 4 years. And you build 600 more, 500 more in the next 3 or 4 years after that, and another 600 beds after that. You're going to have some serious pressure on the dining facilities. You've got pressure today. So, can you continue to expand this? I don't think so. It'd be great if it wasn't one story, but it is. And so, we were struggling with a way, how do we deal with that? And one day I went through Daniel, Kyle and I walked through Daniel, and I thought, wow, that big loading bay thing that I showed you, look at the window of that, if you could come in there and blow out that wall, do an addition, and add a kind of glassy box entrance with a tower at the end, you can have double height space in that building. It could be a great kind of new dining studio. Convert that building and put dining, union, bookstore, other things in there. The beauty of that is it allows you to get the service and loading off Rodriguez Drive, back in the back. You could expand it over time as you need to. This, I would suggest, needs to be, and Daniel's a 2-story building, so this addition could be 2 stories. And you've got room to do it and room to grow. And it'll be, I think it even give you the opportunity to come in and close that little parking lot that I sort of desperately want to move those 20 cars. You'll find that as a theme throughout.
Let's go with finances for a minute too, that I have to keep in mind. What we've talked about thus far will be financed with users' fee just as they are now. Our student center will be paid off in about 3 years. Dorms are paid for by residential use. So this is not impossible financial stuff because it depends on user fees for the bonds. And so I think that's important. It can be done. It can be done in our future. So it's financially possible without running the cost of
I didn't bring this up, but ideas like this, much like Sunwatcher, if it's a great opportunity for a donor to come in and donate some money, do some landscaping, all that, last name Plaza. But the idea would be to design this in a way, and of course this was integrated, to design that in a way that long term, if we can move the union over here to Daniel, and we think about Clark long term, imagine Clark going away, how much land that frees up for additional academic space in housing. That plaza could still stay there. That's part of that without it being constructed. So that's that thought about that. And as we move over this direction, the other piece that when I found out about it, I thought, we did this one other place, and I want to share this with you. And this is kind of an out-of-the-box thought, but one that I had at a smaller school that I'll show you in a second. But in South Hardin, where the old gymnasium was, is this idea that maybe we can convert that into a welcome center, but it would take a little bit of work to do it and make it awesome. Which would be, here's the image of the old gym. We dug this out of the archives. Did they play basketball or volleyball in there?
He did.
Yeah. My wife played.
Is that Karen?
That could be my wife jumping there. She played in there on the basketball team.
Yeah. But what you can see is the shape of the building, these windows up high. If you go up in there now on the second floor, you actually see, I think, these 2 windows, right? But it's a double height space, goes up, and then vaulted ceiling. And there's structure up there that's exposed in this image. And then the stands are back here. So where they have the stands now is where that new staircase goes. That's this side of that wall. This is the corridor as you're walking along on the north side of the joint. A couple of images there. So this was we dug, Kyle scanned these for me. I love these little drums. Blended. Right? So here's a section of it. Here's the stands I was telling you about. So the ceiling goes all the way up to here and down. And keep an eye right here. That line, even though it's just a line for dimensions on this drawing, is about where they added the new floor. See that? They came in and added a floor, concrete on steel. So and then put a lay-in ceiling right here. You can see that ceiling line. So the other day, Cal and I got on a ladder and stuck our heads up on the ceiling and took a couple of photographs. And That's kind of what's up there. This is the structure that goes up. It's metal framing, right? But this is the old brick on the outside wall. This was added later to support it. These are a couple of windows in that corridor that goes down the side. But what you could do with this is you could in that floor, because it's on steel structure, you could go in and cut a hole out where the structure is and open that space up and go back to the original upper volume of that space, making a double height space, cover these with wood, similar to another space that's at the other end of the garden. This is the same structure, it's just covered in wood. And taking it back to the original brick, we have a look and feel like that. It becomes welcome center / admissions / any number of other things. Good to start your tours from and get those freshmen in and wow, the second they start they walk in the door. Here's an example where we did that. This is Franklin and Marshall. This is Discipler Hall, a little bit older, 1892. A little bitty thing. We walked in, our first meetings were in here. We walked up and there was a floor we went into, and I dug this out of the archives. I didn't even know because it had a lay-in ceiling. It had cubicles. And I found this image. I'm like, where is that? He's like, oh, there's just that building. So did the same thing. I stuck my head up in there, and there's big windows. So we said, we got to convert that to your bookstore because the bookstore was on the other side of campus. Nobody could get there. So they did this over the course of the summer. Right? Completely different. That's the same structure. There's the windows. There's a lay-in ceiling. There's that arched door. They cut a hole in this corner, and that banner goes down and down below that. So this is the Barnes & Noble piece. Here's where you were with mechanical. This is the student bookstore with the little cafe. And then they came in and added this because they needed a fire stair or stair coming out the top. Added this glass pavilion to the end of it. And so you're in here and you walk down the stairs to get out, but your view, right? So inside from the upper level, this is your connection back to campus. And I'm thinking, man, if that was on the west side of the parking, and you're in there in that little cafe and you're looking out to the main quad and it would fix the parking and maybe hopefully somebody close the road just to have a view like this. And they got an extension, a little patio on the back. So, just an idea. Floating out there. Okay, any thoughts?
I think it opens some possibilities to make us think about what we had previously thought about the use of mock-up building, and I think that's going to come up. It's what we do about our library to modernize it, entice students into it, make it more comfortable, light, and so forth.
Right.
This can relate to that, and it will, I'll tell everybody as we move along.
Right.
That is not an impossibly expensive proposition to do that. I wish you had the picture of the possibility of it, but that's okay, you can't show them all. But it's beautiful, it's what can be done with it.
Yeah.
Quick question. Is part of these considerations in relation to alumni, like an alumni center, alumni?
It could be. I mean, that proposal was just an architectural conversion to what it historically was. What goes in there is proposed up for discussion.
Sam, I like that.
Well, the only reason why you mentioned that, because you're talking about transitioning from commuter school to a residential university, and if you're going to tie the university to its alumni and those gifts, then you need to feel connected in a spot on campus where you can feel connected is something.
Yes.
I think it should be something that really activates the corner there, the south of the corner. I think it's just an opportunity. I thought about it, thought I should share it. So the other piece is I think this is another one of those landscape one of those landscape summer projects that could be done, and we've talked about that. That coming out of Hardin, you essentially hit this parking lot, and then you have to cross Council Drive to get to the main quad. So I think that would be a real easy summer fix and not very expensive to do. A couple more of these landscape things, and then we'll wrap it up for the student life projects. And all this, I call it student life because it's really about housing and union and landscape and other things, and we'll see how it's tying together. So I mentioned talking about closing of a road. If I had to choose the closure of a road that would be the single biggest thing that would help this campus as far as pedestrian safety, circulation, connecting the concept plan of taking everything up in the north part of campus and what we know and love and sending it here would be the closure of Comanche from Rodriguez over to Council Drive. And I'm working on a project with a landscape architect that came out of the master plan. We just finished at Texas A&M Christie, where we're doing a project similar to this. I'm guessing the distance on this is pretty similar, and it's not outrageously expensive to do. The one thing I would, and I showed this bullet points that we still need to maintain. It comes back to that image I showed you earlier. You see how these little lines are the smaller 4, 5, 6 foot walks, but the bigger ones will need to be left and designed to carry fire trucks, emergency vehicles, service and loading if you need to, other things like that. But here's a couple of examples of that. Mississippi State. They're one of the campuses that has a lot of these same type of issues. But this was a road that used to go through kind of in behind us here, and they closed it off. And I show you this because that's what it looks like, but it's a fire lane. And so if it's done right, it doesn't have to have, it's got, you can see along the edge, this is, instead of having curbing gutters, that's the drain for water right here, right? With lamp posts that kind of match the architecture. This is one of those things I was mentioning earlier that the design guidelines from the state, wherever you go now, they're starting to implement this everywhere. And they've got one lamppost and trash cans and benches to match that, or much kind of more historical to the architecture, the Georgian architecture. So I'd encourage that. This is Johns Hopkins University, where we're actually working on the master plan. This used to be a road that went right to campus, similar to Comanche. And you can see, all these guys. But there's ballers down here. There's that service truck I showed you earlier. The drainage in this one goes down the middle. But this is move-in day. So you pull the ballers down, and everybody brings their stuff in. They unload for the whole day or two or whatever it takes, and then they take their cars and park them and put the ballers back. And it still works as service drives. It still works as a pedestrian walk, but it doesn't look and feel like a street with curb and gutters. So there are ways to do it, and they're being implemented all over the country. The second one would be this one, and of course you can now see, thinking about the diagram that we were talking about earlier, where the roads were cutting through, and think about what that looks like if we can do that to council as an extension of a landscaping piece. And the idea is that, and I think in all of this, I can't remember, we counted out how many cars would be, just to do moving it, including the housing, it was 400 and something cars. I mean, it was crazy. It added up with all these spaces. So we're talking 400 or 500 cars we'd have to move to do this. But in the end, the campus becomes significantly. Example of a version of that is Texas State. This is Concho Street, the way it used to be when we showed that before the master plan. This is the rendering in the comprehensive plan at the end of the day, and if you look through some of these books, you'll see renderings like this that are before and afters. And that's the way we kind of, the cool part is in a bunch of these that I did, I got to fly in the helicopter to take the pictures. I wouldn't fly in a helicopter, I was just taking it. But, so the design of that, here's the before picture of what it was. And this was a little longer than the summer because this was a pretty big project, and that's what it was like today. Now, you can see in this image, I'm going back for a second, there's a big performance art center. Downtown San Marcos is back down over here, so we thought if we're doing a performance art center, it should go close to downtown. There's a parking garage. Well, these two buildings have recently been torn down, and now the performing arts is under construction. And they built this. You can see that in this dorm behind me are the ones that were torn down. So they did all this, and then tore these two down, and are now building performing arts center. Even though this had been there for 2 years. So that's what it looks like today. You can see the performing arts. This is now gone. That's that site for the performing arts. So if you think about those landscape projects, including the housing, 1, 2, 3, 4 projects. I mean, this would transform this campus, I really believe. And to go back then to test that diagram again and how that feels compared to what I showed you. Now, this is small bites, summer at a time, that you could do it over the next 10 years or so. Less depending on how much you can get to the last one. So, any feedback before we move on to Doug? Should we?
Good stopping point. Let's take a break.
Okay.
This would be a good hour.
Doug might be.
He tracked.
Okay, gather ourselves. Hey, before I forget, you guys have a little trinket in front of you. This is not a CD. This is a calendar.
See here how it works. February.
Well, I'm told that public information is responsible for this, but Howard will take credit for it, so.
I will not respond.
And on the back of each of the cards, it gives you a little information about the item that the place on campus that you see in the front. So, there you go.
And how timely can this be, considering what we're talking about? Okay. All yours.
Welcome back. I'm Doug Abraham. I will warn you, I am the numbers guy of this team. So my version of a pretty picture is a chart and a graph. So the accountants in the room can get perked up. I'll try not to bore you with the rest. Dr. Rogers did bring me in on this team to really put some meat behind some of the space projections that we all thought we needed, and in some cases those thoughts changed based on the research that I did. So I'll walk you through kind of the methodology of what we did and how we got there, and then we'll see some of the results at the tail end of this portion of the presentation. Chris showed you kind of a peer benchmarking slide earlier on this morning. That was a list of the institutions that the coordinating board considers are your peers. They have their own criteria for what that is. That is more of a snapshot in time of who you benchmark against today. This is a list of peers of who you want to be in 10 to 15 years. So when I ask the deans, and in some cases department chairs, who are your peers? They're the peers that they compete for students with. They're the peers that do what they want to do well. They are the peers that people look at when they're joining a college of whatever nature it might be. So that list of whatever it is, 12 or 14 institutions, all were listed by at least 4 of the 6 colleges on the campus. So when I do a university-wide peer benchmark, it's based on this list. When we get to the individual colleges, it'll get a little bit more detailed, and you might see other universities plugged in. And you can see they spread across the entire state of Texas, and if you're familiar with that list, they range in sizes as well, and we'll show that as well. So this is the 20-year historical growth of Midwestern State University. It's at its peaks, it's at its valleys. I will tell you that when we're going forward, we're changing this graph. This graph is going to, the culture is going to change. This is what it looks like. The solid part is the same part as Midwestern State. This is that list of peer institutions that we're now benchmarking our future programs and the growth of our future programs against. So you can see quite a bit of them are larger than Midwestern State, and quite a few of them, in fact almost all of them, are growing at a very significant clip. Well, you say, okay, we haven't shown a long history of growth, why are we banking? Because they're going where you want to be. These are institutions that are dealing with the spatial problems that y'all are starting to deal with. because your enrollment is now bumping up and exceeding the capacity of the buildings, at least from the benchmarking and the boarding report. So, you know, Texas State, which is, you know, way up here, and I don't know, Texas Tech, you know, they've gone through a lot of the issues, and they have all the same programs you do as well. So let's use them as an example of how they solve some issues and the amount of square feet that they put to a specific function as kind of a benchmark of where we think we ought to be in by 2025 is kind of our outside window. So that's 12 years from now. So we look at all of those. There are two tracks that we're doing, both the benchmarking and the space projection. The state, if you're familiar with the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, has a space model. That space model is based on the number of students you have, the number of programs you have within each one of the colleges, and the students are broken down by level, so the more PhDs you have adds more square footage and whatnot. And that all gets, you know, into a big, long, drawn-out calculation that then comes out with a number that, based on, these are fall 2012 numbers, based on your enrollment and your academic makeup, you should have a certain amount of square feet. The blue bars for each one of the universities is what they have today on the ground, and you're listed here as well. And the red is what the state would say, at least under their model, what they should have. So for Midwestern, you're short about 25,000 square feet. You're right about where you want to be from the state standpoint. You can see some of these others, Texas State, Texas Tech, UT Arlington, UNT Denton, there's a vast difference there. So they're dealing with a lot of the issues that you're going to be dealing with if you don't start building additional square footage in the not too distant future. One of the benchmarks we use throughout these graphs is square feet per full-time student equivalent. So a lot of times when you hear about enrollment on a campus, it's head count. It's the number of bodies that are coming on campus. But if half those bodies are only part-time students, that's half a full-time student enrollment. So depending on the level of student and undergraduate, if they're taking 15 student credit hours, that would be 5 3-hour classes, that's a full-time student. If they're a graduate student master's candidate, it's 12 hours. If they're a PhD student, it's 9 hours. I'll add all those up, that's the full-time student. So this is a graph of the amount of square feet, ENG square feet, that each campus dedicates per full-time student equivalent. And then the bar, the yellow line going across, is the median of that number. So as compared to the peers, today, Midwestern does provide more square feet per full-time student equivalent than its peers. That's going to change because we're going to be growing. So we need to address that for the 12 years in the future that we're planning for. If we look at it by college, so these are the 6 colleges that are within Midwestern State University. The blue is the square foot per full-time student equivalent, and the red is a representation of the median of the top 5 peers in those areas. So you just built a business building, so that's not unsurprising at all. Or not surprising at all. College of Fine Arts, of course, they're a very big space user per full-time student equivalent. If you've been on this campus enough, and obviously if you're dealing with administration, College of Fine Arts has a lot of space issues. What we're finding is it's not necessarily the amount of space they have, it's the type of space they have. They also have a lot of legacy Aiken Theater is a fine arts space. You also have another large theater in Fane Fine Arts Building. Not a lot of universities of this size have 2 big theater halls like that. But you wouldn't get rid of Aiken Hall. I mean, that's a historic space and it's usable, but it's not usable for today's instruction that the other one is used for. So you end up with, there's things going on with fine arts that cause them to look maybe a little bit more plush in space than they actually are, because they're dealing with a building that was designed for visual arts, painting, sculpture, the arts that you see, and they've got now in these portions of those wings mass communications, music, and whatnot. So those programs are in spaces that weren't designed for them. They don't function well, and in many cases, it's just not the right kind of space. So we're trying to look at areas, especially for fine arts, of how we adjust that for them. Health sciences is going to come up a lot. That is a fast-growing college. They represent about a third of the student credit hour production of the campus. Health sciences is nursing, it's the allied health programs, it's interestingly enough criminal justice and social work, athletic training, exercise physiology that are there as well. So they are growing as part of the student enrollment, and it is also one of the forefront educational issues across the state. Humanities and social services, social sciences, excuse me, is right where they want to be. They will grow as the university grows. A lot of the student credit hour production is general education credits for them. Science and mathematics, so that's the biologies, all the traditional sciences, but it also includes engineering. So they're again another up-and-coming program. They're below the average or the median right now, and that will only become more of an issue as those programs grow. College of Education, currently in Ferguson Hall. Again, we're always going to need to have teachers. If you've been into Ferguson, that's not a great space. So we'll be dealing with that as well. We're going to look at each one of these individually also. And the first one is College of Business. So again, Dillard Hall is brand new. This is not unusual to see. That's the newest one. So you would expect them to be where they want. In fact, you would hope that they'd be where they need to be, or even a little bit above. So that's there. Kingsville just built a new business building. That's why they're way up there. But A&M Corpus Christi, A&M Kingsville, Texas Tech, Texas Women's, University of North Texas Denton, UT Arlington, and West Texas A&M were the list of institutions that have colleges of business that operate and compete for students, much like what your school of business wants to do. So what this tells us is that for the foreseeable future, we're not necessarily worried about college of business as the university grows. I mentioned fine arts. They have a little bit longer list, and we're going to look at each one of the departments within fine arts individually as well. But you see that is also, as the previous slide showed, they are above the median of the top 5. And I'm using top 5 because if you're going to benchmark against a set, you want to benchmark against who's doing it best. So that's how fine arts looks. If you look at them individually, the 4 departments within fine arts, you can see generally they're all at or above the median of their peers. I have to then qualify that again. A lot of their peers have space that's been designed and dedicated to those functions. Mass communications and music are in space that wasn't designed for those functions. So we can't ignore that on paper they look like they have a lot of space, but in reality it's not the right kind of space. Visual arts and theater are doing very well. They're in space that works well for them. Theater is as high as it looks, again, because of ACAN. Does this make sense to y'all? Then I mentioned humanities and social services, social sciences, excuse me. I did write services, anyway, it's wrong. Again, it's a largely general education credit college. Their needs grow as the institution grows its enrollment. They do have some specific requirements really dedicated to psychology that they're looking to solve, but and we're going to show you some domino kind of studies of as we pull people out of buildings, space becomes available. that space would largely solve any of their growth issues for the next 4 years. And then health sciences, human services. This is this is one that we're going to spend a lot of time looking at. You will see that this is kind of the big spacey for the campus as benchmarked against their peers. They are woefully short space. Doesn't mean they're not teaching well. It just means that affects them being able to recruit. It affects them being able to grow and add more students in the future. And it's important to note that college health sciences, many of the programs within that are cohort based. So you don't just add 5 additional nursing students in a semester, you add 60 additional nursing students in a semester. Because they taught in the cohort, those 60 students, if that's the correct number, start out as juniors, because nursing is a junior-senior program. But then they follow each other until graduation. Same thing with the allied health program. So they grow in large increments. They don't just grow like engineering might or sciences might, where you just add students as they come on. You have to add in blocks of space. So we look at this by the individual. Now these are programs, because not all of these are actual departments. They have criminal justice. So what's interesting about health sciences, human services, is that it's really a professional college outside of business or university. So they have a lot of the professional programs that may not necessarily fall under the health sciences. So criminal justice, they're in Martin Hall right now. As compared to their peers, of course, we have the gold standard of Sam Houston State University. It's a gold standard for criminal justice education in the state. It helps to have a penetration right on the block. Everybody goes to Sam Houston, for the continuing education and whatnot. Athletic training, exercise physiology is, there's just one peer, UT Arlington, that does. This is a little bit different from the traditional athletic training that you might find at any one of the other universities. They're doing it special, and their one peer is Arlington. Nursing and allied health, there's a whole bunch to look out there. So that's nursing, that's radiology, that's PTOT, all the allied health programs. I can tell you Texas Women's has an award-winning nursing school building, allied health building. Texas State just built one. UTEP just built a combined nursing and allied health building that opened up. We did that program about 5 years ago. It opened up a couple of years ago. UT Arlington as well. And then social work as well. A lot of universities do that. But in general and on average, every one of the departments or a group of programs within health sciences is below the median of the top 5. Science and mathematics, this is the college as a whole. We're going to break out engineering separately in a second. But again, if you're looking at their peers, Angelo State, Lamar has a huge chemical engineering program. Stephen F. Austin, A&M, Commerce, Corpus Christi, and Kingsville, Tyler, West Texas, and Carlton. Again, we're not talking about what's in those spaces, because that's a whole different study, but on average, if we're looking at this, how are we using space compared to the peers? They're using it at a much lower rate than those peers are. If we look at engineering specifically, they're a little better than the college as a whole, but again, against their peers, they're still below the average. This does not include the small addition that's going up right now. That's about, let's say it's 5,000 square feet. It's a minimal addition, and it won't accommodate their growth requirements for the next 12 years. Education, again, if you've been in Ferguson, you can understand they're below the line. So what this is telling me for health sciences, education, science and engineering, those three specifically are the ones we're keying in on that we need to start looking at how we adjust for student enrollment growth, and how we not only fix their existing space deficits, but how do we fix where they want to grow in the future as well. Interesting, these are also the three that are growing fastest on the university as well. So all of that was the peer project was the benchmarking of a snapshot in time from fall of 2012 numbers. Those are the last universally published numbers across the state. And we looked at that both from the According Board state model, which is university wide, and then we looked at it from a peer projection, which allows us to look at it at the college and department level. The same thing is accomplished with the projections. So now what we're going to do is those horizontal yellow lines that you saw across those bars were the averages, were the median of the top 5 universities. What we're going to do now is multiply our future growth, enrollment growth, against that average or that median to get an idea of how much space we need by 2025 if the university and the colleges grow as they expect. Or we're talking about. So I mentioned the 20-year growth chart. You saw that before. Now we've added the next 12 years out to 2025 of what we believe are the enrollment projections. The top line, the dark purple, is the enrollment based on the growth projections of the individual colleges. In preparation for this, and right after I met with you the last time, I distributed a 2-page questionnaire to each one of the deans, and it asked about student growth and student credit hour, but also new programs and faculty and research growth. So the calculations off of that response give us this line here, and we'll get a little bit more detail about what that is. That gets us into the mid-8,000s in headcount. The green line is enrollment growth solely based on what we're calling your home counties. And that's more than just Wichita and its surrounding counties. That also leads into the DFW greater area as well. You're starting to get a more and more larger percentage of students coming from that area. So if you didn't do anything else and just didn't change anything and just grew based on the population, that would get you the green line. The red is your historical population, an extension of that. So everything that we're working on right now is working from the growth projections from the deans, and we're basing all of our space needs on the 2025 number because that's just 12 years away. And if you think about how long it takes to build a building of any size, you know, we're in between the 2 legislative sessions. We're aware of how education gets funded in the state. So even if you got funding at the next legislative session, which we all know is a big deal, in 2015, it takes a year to design a building of any size. It takes 2 years, a year and a half to 2 years to build one. So at a minimum, you're 4 years away from today from moving into any building of significant size that gets constructed. And that only takes you halfway to 2025. You wouldn't build a building that's full the day you walk into it. So we looked at enrollment growth. The 2 bars, the shorter of the 2 for each one of the years is full-time student equivalent. The larger of the 2 is projected head count. So when we're basing square footage for academic needs, we're basing it on the full-time student equivalent. When we're discussing needs for dorms and parking and how big the student union needs to be, you base that on head count because bodies use those. The amount of classroom space you need is how many people you actually sitting in the classrooms themselves. So as I said, if each one of the colleges grow the way they project, Midwestern State will be at 8,600 square feet, 8,600 students head count in just 12 years. That's not out of the question. A lot of universities are growing at a much faster rate than that. That roughly is about a 5% per year increase in students. And then if we look at it at the individual colleges, again, we're from this year to fall of 2025, you see the big 3, science and math, health sciences, and humanities and social services. You can see the rate of growth within each one of the colleges. That's what's generating our square footage requirements going out. I mentioned the 5-factor model. So the state has its projection of space. It's basically, like I said, on enrollment. It's based on the type of programs you have. It's based on the level and number of level of students that you have. So it makes a difference in that model whether you're all like undergraduate, graduate, undergraduate, and PhD programs. I will tell you that the coordinating board is adjusting this model. They're in the process of adjusting this model. This is based on a instructional pedagogy that is 30 years old. So as Dr. Stewart will certainly tell you, how you teach science education 30 years ago is not how you teach science today. The same with any of the other programs as well. So this is consistent throughout. The blue bar is the amount of square footage you have, E&G, so education in general. It doesn't include your athletics. It doesn't include your auxiliary services. Just your E&G, which is classrooms, library, all your faculty and administrative offices, the areas that support that, as well as your research space. So with enrollment growth, we project a small deficit in space. So the difference between these two would be the deficit. If you grow the way you want to in fall of 2025, you know, you're 250, 300,000 square feet short of space based on the state's model of space. Now that is a university-wide model. This does not break down to colleges, so we're going to switch to peer projections when we get down to colleges. I will say most universities, and as you saw in the previous graph, do not meet the benchmark. And that's one of the reasons why they're adjusting it. It is the benchmark that we have today, so we need to pay attention to it. That's E&G square feet, so that's actually assignable square feet. If we look at that as an overall gross square foot, because what you use is not necessarily the amount of square feet it takes to build the building. You got to account for mechanical and pedestrian and vertical circulation. That translates to about 700,000 gross square feet of additional space if you grow the way you're asking. That's 50% of the existing square footage you have on the campus today. Makes sense. You're growing by 50% of enrollment. You're currently today at about where you want to be according to the state. So if the state opens up its coffers and provides the funding to build new buildings, you got to build half your campus in 12 years in order to stay up with the benchmark, with the benchmark from the state. If we look at it by peers, again, the same square footage that MSU has. So if you didn't build anything, I mean, this is how much the deficit becomes. This then becomes a much more conservative estimate of square footage because, like I said before, your peers don't meet the statewide benchmark, but they're all teaching and they're all teaching well. So how do we then benchmark these peers? Of course, you're below that. We knew that, but then again, as we grow enrollment, there still will be a deficit of space in 12 years, and that translates into about 400,000 gross square feet of space. Even just keeping up with the Joneses now is a 400,000 gross square foot issue that we have to deal with over the next 12 years. These I'm going to list same as before, so we're going to look at them in each one of the colleges. We know about College of Business. You know, we project as a small need of space. Again, I don't think you would ever add this 8,000 square foot addition to the 130,000 square foot Dillard business, but you know, they would show a deficit of space. COFA likewise. Again, what I've said before is the issue with COFA is not necessarily the lack of space, it's the type of space. So if they do show a need, and we have some options there that we can help them out. And that's broken down by the colleges. So really, the issue is with music primarily, and mass communications also. Visual arts has a large space need, but they're large users of space. As a percentage of what they have today, that actually becomes smaller. Health sciences, we again spent a lot there. They become a big user of space. So you know this is assignable. That is 50% larger than Gridwell is as a whole gross square footage today. So this actually translates into 3 times the size of Bridgewell. They need 2 additional Bridgewells to keep up with this threat, based on our projections. And that breaks down by the individual programs within that nursing and allied health is the big issue there. A lot of the competing peer institutions are building new nursing buildings, they're building new allied health buildings. The nursing students that come here are being wooed by those same peers. If we're going to stay in that, in Dr. Johnson's issue there, if we're going to continue to compete in the nursing environment and provide the programs we're providing, we have to compete with these other schools to do that. So, you know, nursing is by far, nursing allied health, I should say, it's not just nursing, is by far the biggest issue there. Even though criminal justice is not insignificant, it's a much smaller program, and their space requirements are much smaller as an overall comparison. And then community social services, again, as the university grows, they're going to have to grow as well, although they're fine now, and you know, there's obviously some flexibility in this as well. Science and mathematics, if we're looking 12 years out in the future, we're looking at another 60% of Bowling Hall as a college. And if we look at it from the engineering standpoint, you're building assignable, this is assignable, that is probably 3,000 square foot addition assignable to McCoy Hall right now. You need 4 times that to be able to accommodate their 12-year space requirement. And then education, they're not a big user of space because so much of education is done in general use classrooms and out in the field. But they have their space. So this is, as an assignable, is about twice what Ferguson is today. So it's another Ferguson Hall. So what we're going to do is these are ordered. This is then, you know, okay, well, what are our options to solve this? You know, if we would never, having just built Dillard Hall, we would not recommend building a new one. But, you know, that 9,000 square foot deficit would translate into 15,000 square feet gross, would be, you know, in 12 years what that addition would have to become. If we look at humanities and social sciences, you know, we're looking at a gross square foot footprint of about 23,000 square feet. And the way that all of these work the same, I have the options across the top. So in this case, there's only one option. What you see in the NASF column is the total net square feet that's required, and then depending on the option, all the existing space they have, whether it gets deleted or added to that requirement. So if they need 3,200 assignable, so that's their projection regardless of what they have today. If we're just adding to it, then we're going to take out what they have currently in Prothro Jaeger. We're not going to take out what they have in the Fine Arts and Moffat Library because we're going to consolidate it. We're going to build new, we're going to consolidate their spaces, add classroom space, and then gross it up. That calculation gets us to 23,000 square feet. Fine Arts, I can tell you we looked at a lot of options here. And we don't necessarily have the answer yet for Fine Arts. Fine Arts is going to take additional study on fame and see what we can do. Our recommendations going forward, at least in the short term, is creating ways to move some people out of Fine Arts, specifically would be mass comm and our projection that will show you, that then create space for music to grow within. Science and mathematics would be the next one up the line. There's several things we can do. Science and mathematics is currently in Bowling. So if we looked at science and math separate from engineering, if we just made an addition to Bowling, we're looking at about a 48,000 square foot addition to Bowling. If we were to pick them all up and build them, put them in a new building, it would be 135,000 square feet. Engineering is in McCoy. If we were to continue to keep engineering in McCoy long term, we would look at a 22,000 square foot addition to McCoy, less the 5,000 that you're building now, so that's 17,000 square feet. If we were to pick up engineering and say that's not the long-term answer for engineering in McCoy, they would require 40,000 square foot building to accommodate their enrollment growth 12 years in the future. And then I mentioned education. There's really one option for education when it comes to the college as a whole, and that's a new building. There are several reasons for that. Ferguson is just not a building that you would want to add on to. It's also at the wrong spot. We'll talk to you about why that is. But you're looking at an education gross square foot requirement of about 28,000 square feet. We look at kinesiology a little bit different. They're currently in Ligon, and they want to stay in Ligon. So their growth requirements would be satisfied there. And then the big one, which is health sciences and human services. I mentioned Bridwell right now today is about 50,000 square feet. It's less, a little bit less than that actually. If we were just to add, and then you have the addition, so you know about the health sciences, they have Bridwell, they have space in several other buildings, Ligon, Martin Hall, Procreator, and then they have the Sim Center, which is off the campus altogether. If we were just to make an addition to Bridwell to accommodate their growth, you would have to triple the size of Bridwell to get that. That would not be our recommendation to you. Why would you add something 3 times the size of a building to get there? And then, given the numbers that we're looking at, why would you not move the Sim Center back onto campus and create the synergies with the rest of the programs in there? Currently, the only program that uses the Sim Center is nursing. But on many of the other peers, the allied health uses those as well. And there's the ability to do that if they can bring that Sim Center back on campus and get more use out of it. And that does not preclude you from still selling that space after hours to the people that you sell it to today. It's just in a different space. So if we were just to do an addition, that's $118,000, including the Sim Center. We're actually recommending a new building. Based on the benchmarking, that would be 150,000 gross square foot building. Can they do with less? Yes. Based on the benchmarking, it would be 150,000 gross square feet. With all of these, there's added study, we call that architectural programming, where you actually go in and determine how many offices it is, how many classrooms, what savings in square footage can we get by combining usage of buildings. But overall, if we look at our peers, how big of a space do we need for the type of programs that you have here? We're looking at about 150,000 square foot. And then we look at athletic training and exercise physiology, that's another 32,000 square foot on top of that. That's more closely aligned with athletics, and we have options for that as well. We are not currently recommending that you combine the athletic components of health sciences with the academic components of it. Did I completely bore you and confuse you? So now we're going to get back to what Chris thinks are pretty pictures about how we solve these issues, but I would like to answer any questions about growth and how we came up with those numbers that we have. Yes, sir.
Could you say again how many square feet we have now and how many additional square feet that we're going to need total?
Total at university, correct me if I'm wrong, Kyle, are at about 1.5 million square feet. Total. E&G, and we would add, at least based on the projections, another 700 if you're looking at the statewide benchmark, or 400 if you're looking at a peer comparison. Yes, sir.
Let's go back to your projections on health science and human services. In that number, and you made it very clear about it, athletic training, exercise physiology, and that's an important pedagogical, programmatic thing. Their subjects are athletics in their research lab. I think everybody should recognize it. So
it's still an academic program.
Yes, it needs to be close to athletics. Okay, your projections then for the building that we need, and we need now, we're short now, as everybody saw, included bringing the Sim Center back to campus.
That would be this column right here.
Now, this is not defending anything that we've done, but everybody needs to recall that we were given about 6 months to get out of the simulation center. And by the time we would have a building ready to bring that back, we will have gotten 6 or 7 years of use out of that building that we did figures for. So I really like the idea of getting that center back on campus. We had no options at that time and got created because we had used it very well. I'm sorry, I just wanted to jog everybody's memory on that and say, golly, we just did it, we're gonna bring it back. But we had to do it, and we're gonna get a lot of years of use out of it before we get back on campus. But that is a great idea. I guess my question though is, in those numbers, did you include the 2 human services programs, criminal justice and social work?
Yes,
Are
sir.
they in that, okay, in one building?
They're currently in Martin Hall.
So we have an option of leaving them in Martin Hall and needing a little bit smaller building for it, and that's a decision we need to make.
Of course, they have growth requirements as well that Martin would have.
Yeah, that's true, okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
But going back to Charlie's question, it sounds like you're projecting a 30% growth in population, but recommending over a 50% growth in square footage. Is that right?
Based on the statewide benchmark, based on the peer projections, it's more of a closer to the line to the other.
More like a, but it's still more like a. Something.
It's 400,000 additional gross square feet based on the peers.
So based on the peers, we're looking at 30% growth in population, 6,000 to 8,000 or 6,000 to 8,500, 34%. And you're recommending something like that for the square footage. Okay.
It depends on the college, but that averages out.
But when you originally showed it, we were considerably ahead of the peers in terms of percentage. So are you still projecting we stay still way ahead of our peers in terms of percentage?
No, that would bring us in line with that horizontal, the median of the peers. So that horizontal line you saw across all the graphs was the median at the top.
But not for square footage. We were way ahead of the median in terms of square footage per student.
Correct.
And if you're making both grow by the same, we're still projecting to be way ahead in terms of square footage per
The
student.
calculation would be if a college today had 1,000 students and they were below the line, if the line was, let's say, 100 square feet per student, based on the peers, I multiplied then the student growth, total student growth in 2025 by that 100, so if that 1,000 became 2,000 in 12 years, their need would be, what is that, 2,000 times 100, 20,000 square feet. Does that make sense?
No, let me reword let me make it a question. I mean, it probably makes great sense. I didn't understand. I'm sorry, David. I'm sure it makes sense. It's a question. Are you projecting something like a 30 to 35% growth in student population?
Yeah, that's based on the
Are you projecting something like a 30 to 35% growth in square footage?
Yeah, but the growth in square footage is not based on the percentage. It's based on the median of the peer.
Okay, but still
It's
the
a
same
number.
percentage, right? Does that not keep us way ahead of our peers in terms of square footage per student, since that was the original chart?
No, sir. It can bring us in line with that.
I don't understand. So maybe offline.
Well, it's because let's go back to one real quick. Right. So let's just say education. This is a number. So this is 78 square feet per student. Is a median of the top 5 of these guys.
Right. I'm going back to your very first chart where you showed us way ahead of the average.
Right. But that way ahead of the average is because of things like this, where education is way ahead of the average as well.
I need to get offline with you.
Okay.
Because I don't see how you make those even when the others grow by the same.
Okay. I'll be glad to explain.
If we're going up 400,000 square feet though, and we have 1.5 million, we're really only projecting a little bit over 25% growth in square footage, rather than the 30 to 35% that you're thinking. Right? Isn't 400? Because 400,000. Double check my math. But
No, I just did, and so what I think we need to realize is you were projecting 41% in student population growth and 26% growth based on the median. And I think the disparity comes into play. Yeah, the disparity comes into play because the colleges are so different. I mean, there's a mismatch, and so We may come out a little ahead in square footage in the end, but I think at the end of the day, what you're trying to do anyway is match up the square footage by college, which will create some of this differential. So, but there is a 14 point gap between their square footage recommendation. I mean, I get the 700,000 number. Yeah, 400,000 is probably the right number.
If you take the trend line for our university, our trend line shows that we're not growing. What with the other universities you work with, what triggers the plan? In other words, I understand the plan would be to grow 5% a year or so over the next 12 or 15 years, but what would trigger that plan? Because if we try to build for the future and we don't get the enrollment, then we're in trouble financially.
Very much, all of this is predicated on the deans growing their colleges as they project them growing their colleges.
But Charlie, we don't do all the expansion at once and then hope the enrollment comes along. Yeah. This is as I said at the beginning, this is a 15, 20-year plan. And we see if they don't meet those benchmarks and we do have enough room, we don't do those projects. Yeah. So that's so you can look at it by college. Space is not space. Every college needs something different. Fine arts is very unusual because they have two big theaters in there. So what we're looking at, we don't have enough space right now to bring in more students, use the right methodology, teach the right things, I guess, we get by. But in science, and particularly in health sciences, human services, we're way below in those two areas.
So our first TRB request is what we were tasked to do, does not include 400,000 square feet worth of requirement. I'll tell you, it includes a new health science building, because that's a demonstrated need. If we could demonstrate today, they're well below their peers. They have demonstrated a growth in enrollment in that college. We can demonstrate the need for that one. If we build that building, that allows us to accommodate either from vacating other buildings to grow to other needy colleges, but also allows the university the time to then prove the need for the others as well.
And we're below the need in science, mathematics, and engineering. We're below our peers. We're below our need as far as the capacity to have a higher technology laboratories, different design laboratories, so forth. So there's a quality issue there as well as a number issue already. And I think I thought the same way you did every 5 minutes this week is, my gosh, what happens if we don't? Well, we're not going to build it all at one time and then hope it comes. We're going to say, here's our projection. If we meet it, this is what we need to do. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah. One thing, Charlie, that helped me kind of get through this, as I've been thinking about this a lot, is it's really a staged process. I mean, and I think, I'm not sure if Chris said it or Doug said it, one of them said it, we're 4 years away from seeing this kind of come to fruition. We will have trend lines at that point. In fact, we'll probably be hurting if those trend lines become real. And at the end of the day, if that student growth happens the way we think it's going to happen, or frankly, the way we really believe it's going to happen, 4 years from now, when we're kind of opening the doors to some of this, it's going to be a blessing, because it's just going to be, but if it's not, then we can all kind of back off and think about the next step. Because again, for me, it's a staging kind of concept.
It'll be 4 years from now before we step into a new health science building, right, which we're half our peers' capacity. So I
hope we have no problem.
Well, we have to demonstrate a problem.
Look at best case and worst case scenario.
Well, it helps. Yeah, it helps. What
happens if we don't? What happens if we do?
We're going to be parallel. We're going to be paralleling the knowledge. If we don't make it, we're not going to be out ahead of ourselves building a larger building. Yep, I think that's it.
But I think Charlie's
question that I hear is the other competitive universities, I'm asking, not them, seem to be, they came, we need to build it. And our approach is we build it and they will come. And
No, I worked with several of those universities. They had to demonstrate a need before they built one.
but let's look at their growth. Was their growth a fallout of making it available so people could come, or was their growth triggered by something else? And I don't feel comfortable that I know that answer.
They had growing programs, growing university, inadequate spaces that generated us building new buildings. And their projections going forward were, okay, if we're building a new building, how can we do it that then we can create additional programs beyond what we're doing?
Right, but
Even
their growth was driving it, is what you're saying.
Their growth is driving, but that's why we're keying on health sciences, because within although the university's been flat in enrollment, health sciences has been growing in enrollment. And regardless of what we want to say about what the university will grow or not, they're in a building that's half the size that they need to be based on their peers, and they will die if you don't add space.
It's holding back our enrollment now.
Yeah.
We need more radiologic science, active X-ray laboratories, and so forth if we're going to take more students.
You know, Linwood, one thing I noticed on that graph is Tarleton. Tarleton's growth line for the last 4 to 5 years has been kind of like this. It hasn't been straight up, but it's been kind of going up. The last time I set foot on Tarleton's campus was about 6 or 7 years ago, until probably 6 months ago. And it's almost, what hit me when I saw that graph and what you just said is, they started this process, which we're trying to do right now, 4 to 5 years ago. Because when I set foot on their campus 6 months ago, it's drastically different than it was when I set foot on the campus 6, 7 years ago. And because they're building, and they're still building now. I mean, they have space needs that are unbelievable. And it's just expanding all over that part of Stephenville. It's incredible. And so, I hear what you're saying, and I have some of those same concerns, because I do not want this to be, if we build it, they will come. That is not what this is about. It should not be about that.
But at the risk of being pilloried here in my statement, if the growth is in health and human, or health and human, whatever you call it.
Health sciences, human services.
Yeah. If that's the growth, then shouldn't we as a university think that's our growth area and emphasize it? And if so, why do we keep such a heavy emphasis on we're a fine arts university if that's the part that's not growing? Please don't throw everything at me.
I can tell you that the first building that we recommend you building is a health sciences building.
I'm just saying, if that's our growth area, then why do we keep saying we're a fine arts university if that's the part we want to emphasize? We will
Liberal
arts.
Liberal arts.
Liberal arts.
We're not a liberal arts school, we're a public liberal arts school. You look at all of our peers in Poplar, their professional schools produce as many graduates as they do in what we would consider the arts and sciences. We do the same thing. And so, really, if you look at what makes us fit into that category with Oregon Southern all the way over to Massachusetts, we have the same kind of physical characteristics and student profile. They too are having growth in their professional schools. So, I think the word public liberal arts really defines it. They're state schools. They produce about as many arts and sciences majors as they do professional schools. But I think in engineering, education, health sciences, the economy, the job market out there is going to push more and more students into majoring in those areas. So we get back to the educational issue. What are we going to do with those students? Are we going to make technicians out of them? Are we going to have engineers who understand, who can write, who understand literature and enjoy it, who have that kind of background, who can work with people? So it is an issue. I have to explain that a lot. I think our peer institutions look very much like us, and they're called public liberal arts institutions. Their professional schools are also growing, and I would expect them, because of our economy and the need out there. But then we get out that issue, what do we do with our engineers and our teachers and health science people? We get back to, we want to do more research while they're here. We want to emphasize critical thinking. we want to keep up that, I guess, that image of the graduate who can work with people, who can write, who understands and enjoys literature and the arts and so forth. So that is a little confusing, but we are not a traditional liberal arts school that's largely found in the eastern part of the United States.
I'm not objecting to that. I'm just saying it's a little bit incongruous to me if we're saying we need to grow by 25 or 30%, and that's the area we have to grow in, then it would appear to me we have to think about changing our image and our direction.
It can very well
It's
be
just a
true.
thought. It's
Because
just a
the
thought.
way the economy and the job market is moving, we're going to have more students move into professional areas, but we never want to lose our idea of what we want to do with those students while they get degrees in engineering and finance.
And I'm not voting for that. I'm not saying we ought to do it. I'm just throwing that out for thinking that we will get whatever we emphasize.
Yeah, but I think, too, we've got to be practical about the fact that universities need to move with the demands out there. The old idea that we're going to be whatever we want to be, to heck with the forces that are put on us by the economy and the job market, I think is not wise. Universities are here to serve students, the state, the economy, the nation, and we're going to have to go with the fact that we're going to need more health science people. I don't think there's any doubt, and we read about it every day. With an aging population, with our medical doctor situation, the cost of medicine, allied health people are going to be a greater and greater demand. The same thing's true with engineering. Who could have seen many of our mechanical engineers are going to work in the oil and gas industry. Look what's happening there. So we need to move with what is demanded of us out there and still not try to lose what we had when you were here. You were in the professor's office a lot. You got courses and additional knowledge you wanted, but just asking for it. So many of the students did research with professors. We want a lot of student activities like theater, music, and so forth to develop the whole person. Brick and mortar universities are a great place for young people to grow up and mature. And we want to try to have all of it. You're right. I'm asked that question many times. I'm going to be a liberal arts school, yet engineering has 250 majors in it. It's the direction it's going, but what do we do with those engineers? Somewhat satisfactory.
And I would one concrete example, I believe, and I just heard this morning, sociology, my discipline, one of the liberal arts. They're now building that into the MCAT exam. Okay, man. So there will be a sociology component. And that just talks about the kind of prep that we do with our kids in the core curriculum in the liberal arts.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say health science is the only one that's growing. They're all growing. Just the others are in space that can accommodate the growth. Health science is not one of them.
Well, and as the professional schools grow, they're going to drive our growth. But what happens is sciences will grow some because of it, because they need physics. Mathematics will grow because they need calculus. The core learning areas will grow because that's part of their education program. So those service areas are going to be pulled along with the growth in the professional schools.
Can I answer any other questions based on benchmarking projections? We're going to go over a short discussion on what we think our priority 1 and 2 TRD requests are. I think we'll be pretty close to breaking the lunch. So we've mentioned health sciences quite a bit. And what we would recommend for your number 1 TRD, they always ask you to rank your TRD request. If your number 1 TRD request be for what we're calling health sciences, human services, new building that would vacate Gridwell Hall. We would build that building at a site, and Chris has got a whole series of slides that he'll show you on where that can occur. What that does is, remember, the top 3 priorities as far as needing space are health sciences, education, and science and mathematics. If we built
a new building for health sciences that accommodates not only their near-term but their 12-year growth, vacate Gridwell Hall, education can move into Gridwell Hall. That solves their issues by building one building. And your second request, only because the level of square footage need is less than health sciences, would be adding an addition to Bowling Hall to accommodate the growth in the science and mathematics field. So priority 1 and 2 then would be health sciences first, addition to bowling, including, because bowling is one of the major issues, ADA and deferred maintenance renovations to those buildings. Then in 2017, assuming they're doing TRBs again 5 years from now, if you don't get both TRBs in the 2015, it's come back and then ask for the same thing in addition to bowling, along with whatever part of the ADA and deferred maintenance. Does that make sense? We've got a whole series of slides that will talk about how that actually occurs and the locations and everything else.
So I've got a question that tags onto this, because Dr. Rogers, you've mentioned a couple of times, we've had on TRB requests for the last 2 or 3 sessions, redoing the library. So what happens when that falls off?
We're going to deal with that this afternoon. I think this comes out of this study.
Okay.
And that's great. I knew it's going to come up.
Well, because you've said it so many times.
And I've been saying all along, we can't back away from that. However, we say we're going to put our needs in priority. Y'all done it. We're going to have to do that. It makes sense. Can we justify it? There's some new issues come up. We need to renovate the library, but rather than condensing it to the level we thought we might, I think you're going to hear this afternoon is that we renovate it and renovate the interior of it to be what's the word for the new kind of building you're building? Learning complex. Making it a learning complex rather than what we had started doing. So we have not forgotten it at all. But you know what? I'm going to have to answer that question when we go down there. If we go with this priority, I'm going to have to answer that question. What happened to that? Well, we're going to take a little bit different tack on it, but it's got to be redone.
Well, I guess my question would be, couldn't we, and we can talk about this afternoon, couldn't we make that a TRB number 3, making the library a learning complex? Then it doesn't fall off.
And the state loves renovations because you're not adding square footage, yes.
Well, again, I don't want to overburden it because at the end of the day, I don't know the politics of the TRB request, so clearly the health science should be number 1, but again, something.
Okay, the presentation beyond this gets into locations and how we implement that, and that's going to be more than the 15 to 20 minutes we had before lunch. So it's a good time to break.
It is, actually. It's 11:35. It's a little bit early, but if this is a good breaking point, it probably makes sense to do that. And rather than try to break up your presentation, I'd rather keep it continuous. So, you guys okay with that?
We just need to call and make sure lunch is ready.
Oh, you're providing lunch?
Yes.
Wow. Bonus.
Sure, just call.
They just made $20.
Yeah. Well, that would be 5 for me.
Everyone in the room is invited to join us for lunch in the Kiowa room. It's light deli buffet.
And that gets back to Lincoln's question. I saw S&M would grade me on my answer to his impossible question. Did I? I think
it's a good answer.
Well, you know what? COPLAC right now is involved, and Betty are really leaders in that. They're trying to think of better ways to describe what a public liberal arts school is at this very time. Because of the real movement into the professional areas, because as Charlie said, because of the job market, and it's going to happen. Our job is to look into the future and say, what's that job market going to look at? So we all read a lot of economics, we watch the job trends, we look at the industries, we look at automation. So, we try to keep up with looking ahead. We have to do it so we don't get caught behind.
And Charlie, Chris reminds me that I'm on live TV here. We have to record over the room, so I'm going to qualify what I told you. there's a lot of study that goes on here and what that ultimately becomes. I mean, we will show you this afternoon that could actually be could be two different buildings, a very large building and a much smaller one for athletic training and physiology. The point I'm trying to get over to you, this is probably not a $25 million TRB request, and it's not a $100 million TRB request, but as she said, the average TRB request in the last session was $52 million, and we're going to be in that range.
Dr. Rogers,
Yes.
I have a question. Are there any statistics on how MSU and our community compares to other communities as far as donor base? Are there statistics of such a thing?
Actually, and it's a compliment to everybody in this room and to our alumni and our donors here and afar. Just to give you an example, Commerce on an average brings in a year about $1.5 million in private money. We range, as you know, from 12 to 13 to $14 million a year. Actually, and again, it's a compliment to everybody in this room. We have people from other colleges, universities, our peer group, and I'm not talking about the Texas Techs, but the ones in the Lone Star Conference that come to our campus to see how we do things because of the private money that we bring in. A long answer, but we are up here compared to the actual number of institutions that our role and scope, the ones that are supposed.
It's good what we couldn't have done what we done. We wouldn't have the business buildings, we wouldn't have engineering. I can just go on and on. If we didn't have this really generous one face to it.
And for this new building, the legislature will indeed expect us to have donor support, public-private partnerships. So, in the last session, they were saying, well, we'll give you a TRB, but it'll be for 20%, or you'll have to come up with 20%. So, it's something that Dr. Rogers will be very busy, getting that private support or using the partnerships. And health sciences is a good opportunity for businesses to come in and help with the SIP center and do some things like that. So.
Sam, you had a question. When you get your question answered, they say the food's ready, so we'll cut out of here so you get the last word.
And I'll go quick. It was actually just a wonderful comment to Dr. Rogers' description of a well-rounded student. I'm a very, very, very wealthy, well-respected, well-known client in the science world. Brilliant. And he founded 5 or 6 companies all over the world, and he talked about who he would hire. We were just having a conversation one day, and he said, "You what I'm really looking for is a second Renaissance student. That's somebody like Leonardo da Vinci, somebody who is well versed in science and expert, is a genius, but can also read poetry and have a conversation and relate to individuals." He's like, that is the person that I want to hire. And I know him when I meet him, because I don't know how to make him. I don't know that that's a good description, but I will tell you that when you were talking, that was very, very prevalent in my mind.
Those are lofty goals, but that's what we have.
Very technical, and he said, I've been a genius since I was a kid. I don't know why I was a good genes. But he would tell you, it's very difficult for me to have conversations with people about things that I don't know. He goes, so I spend a lot of time after school, out of college, educating myself on those types of things that make a difference, that make life rich. Just a comment.
I appreciate that, and one comment. Remember, the Southern Association Quality Improvement Enhancement Program that we put in to get research, to get students with individual faculty to do research, to stand up in front of other people and give those reports and attend meetings and deal with their peers. That's all part of it. What it comes back to what Linda was saying, we have, as a council of public liberal arts colleges, we really want to be part of that group, it's a great bunch of schools. How do we describe ourselves to people out there who have the same logical questions? We're going to go with the job market. We need to do it. How do we tell people what we are? we're not a traditional, I'm not repeating myself, liberal arts school, okay? But we want that sort of liberal arts attitude connected to our professional program. And we can work on that with our curriculum. And how do we let the world out there know that that's the type of school we are and the characteristic of it? That's a great point. I don't have an answer for that one. We're working on it though.
And doing a good job. I see Midwestern a lot in Dallas.
Oh, I know what I was going to mention. I'm sorry. Is the we didn't make a big deal out of this, and I loved it, and I didn't either. Is our ranking of what's the ratio of beginning salaries to the cost of the university? What's that called? Well, I'm sorry.
I meant to bring that. Yeah.
We're nationally up there, way up there, statewide. We're way up there, and it's because we turned out.
Their
Return on investment. That's okay.
Yeah.
You think
The
that
value
that
of the degree, the way they described it.
But, you know, the reason for that is pretty obvious. Look at our graduate profile. They are people who start at very good salaries, from nursing to engineers to, you know, people in all of the areas, versus the cost, as a ratio of the cost of going here. That's something we're really proud of. And I think it kind of reflects what we're talking about.
Okay, that's a good note to end on. Lunch is in Kiowa. What time?
We should be back at least an hour.
So let's try to be back. Let's try to start gathering around 12:45, and then we'll try to get started shortly thereafter. Okay?
If not sooner, if you're quick ears. Julie is working on
Here we go. I'm not ready. Get ready.
Do we all need to run up and down the stairs? Get rid of that coffee?
I'm gonna get some cookies. Oh, yeah. We had a great meal.
Well, I've got a cookie.
Okay. So, I'm going to everybody had a good lunch. Let's go ahead and get back into the presentation. Doug, let me ask you guys a question. How much longer is your guys' presentation? I know we have yet to hear from Pam, so what do we think?
This piece of it is where we're going to talk about the health sciences building and some options.
Okay.
And, you know, depending on the conversation and how long that goes, it might be 45 minutes.
Okay.
And then athletics comes after that.
Okay. Pam, how long do you think that'll be?
For them to do what they're
No, no,
Yeah, no.
Are you going to who's doing the athletics presentation?
I'm doing the athletics.
Pam has one slide, but it could take.
That's why I asked.
Really good slide.
Yeah, that's a really good slide.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a great slide. So say an hour and a half for you guys, remainder including Q&A, and then we can. Okay, got it. Go.
I think so.
We'll see.
As long as we keep Pam under control. So what we want to do, can somebody do that? So what we wanted to do, and Doug went through the programming and the justification for the College of Health Sciences and Human Services as being on that first TRV. And so what we wanted to do was test a couple of sites on how big that footprint would be. And we did the same with all the other colleges. But we're not going to make you sit through all of that. We had discussions about all those and you know, the options of those. But we figured this one was the most important one to cover today because this is what we need to sort of make a decision on by February. This was the option of adding on to Bridwell. And you can see, remember Doug mentioned that the size of Bridwell we'd have to almost triple. And at that point, the additions here, keep in mind that the height of Dillard, which is not the tallest building because of the residence hall, but certainly a pretty hefty building, these additions are as big as that. So you kind of have to picture that in your head as you're if you're looking at that. So we kind of dismissed that pretty quickly to say it probably just wouldn't be the best thing to do. The second option that came up was I'll go back one. So counseling, and I forget the name of the second little building underneath Bridgewell.
Student support services.
Yeah, student support services. There's another building that used to be there. I think it's gone now. But there's two buildings on that site. They're teeny tiny one-story buildings that might make a good site for an academic building. So we thought, well, we could test it. It would fit. You can see the footprint is bigger. And so therefore, the size and scale of it is not going to be as big as the other ones. It's still going to be 3 stories in size. So the advantages, and what we're going to do is go through advantages and disadvantages of each one of these sites and then show you what we call the domino effect. So when you build the new building, what happens. So the thought is on this one that the advantage is as what we call swing space. So you can move folks into while you're working on their facility and then move them out of and then do that with somebody else. And it may only be a year or 2 years depending on the size and scale of the building you're trying to get them back into. And it's really convenient to have something like that. And so our suggestion to Maryland when we first showed up 3 or 4 months ago, she said, what should we do with it? I said, well, frankly, I think you got to keep it for swing space right now until we get these first 4 or 5 years going, because it really helps a lot. The other thing about this site is, as far as maybe a disadvantage would be, it's the single biggest program with 30 of your students. In population, all on the northwest corner of the site, pretty far, probably the most distant from the core part of the campus. We're assuming the center part of the campus generally is in here. One of the other disadvantages that another scheme does have is that the other side we'll see in a second, is it starts to address the issues of IT, which has been kind of on a hot plate recently too. And then thirdly is parking. And we talked about this a little bit at the parking discussion. If you have 2 of the bigger programs up in the same location, we move into it, the health sciences moves out of Bridgewell into the new building, then I think Doug mentioned this earlier, that the College of Education could move into Bridgewell. It could backfill into that. It's big enough, and even big enough for them to continue to grow into for a little bit, right, Doug?
Yes. Bridgewell is somewhat larger than education would need initially, but in that interim, it provides a space for them to grow long term. That becomes in the education college building. But until they can fully utilize it, there's additional space within Bridgewell to be swing space for other colleges that also have growth needs as well.
At that point, we had discussed helping to try to resolve the issue in Fame, which I think Doug also mentioned this earlier about Mass Comm, if we could find a home for them. So there's a couple options we talked about. It could either go into the new building, as their need for technology and studio space and other things like that might potentially go in there, or it could backfill into Martin. And that's assuming we've taken what's in Martin and it goes into the new building, right?
Yes.
So advantages is we don't have to demolish anything. It reinforces the southern edge of what is the primary core part of core academic campus. And it reinforces, I've got this dotted line here, this north-south axis, which is a part of that diagram that I showed you earlier as a way of starting to connect better to South Campus. So that edge of this building for construction could help with maybe the redesign of this access street into more of a service zone that looks like a pedestrian way, like that Mississippi State image that I'm showing you. So the advantages of having buildings that sit on the edges of these roads that we eventually want to close down or do landscaping, try to get your budget to push out, because a lot of times the budget's only 5 feet outside the building, and so you can't do much with that. So if you can add into that some extra dollars to take care of landscaping and new projects as a part of it, that's the time to do it. The disadvantages is the size, we say, is limited because of the street, but I think it's plenty big enough. the question is, if it ever outgrows it, it does not address IT, which is still an issue. There's a city sewer line that runs directly underneath this or at an angle or something. We'll have to work with the city on. Moving it can be a problem sometimes. There's a way to architecturally bridge over it. So there's a little bit of an issue that we'd have to do some coordination with the city on that. So that's a little bit of a disadvantage. And the one that we don't really need to talk about really is displacing 320 spaces because it's right after lunch. Yeah, it's right after lunch. They're all asleep. So that's one that comes into play that lands squarely on a pretty significant lot, and one that I know you circled here today trying to find a lot.
For what it's worth, on the displacing 320 parking spaces, if I'm not mistaken, that lot just to the south of it is the one that's always got space in it. So you gotta take care of yourself there.
Well, especially if you have students that are on the class here to go to the spot there.
Just an observation.
Yeah.
I want to ask something. I want to go back to option one for just a minute, if we could. Okay. Back to my comment earlier about the houses across the street. That
We'll sacrifice that. Yes.
Sacrifice the river courts, and then so that could then be a surface parking lot. You could expand on one that you just did at the police. So that one, in some ways, may be easier. I get nervous when we go in and acquire houses in a neighborhood, tear them down, and build a surface parking lot. I mean, that is not a great way of building relationships with the cities and your neighbors. So I'd be careful about doing that. But that's not going to be any different here. I mean, if you did that and continue to build a really big surface parking lot, I'm sure these folks back here you're going to hear from. So it's just something to consider as you start thinking about your edges. And once again, the advantage of having a comprehensive plan, somebody earlier came up and said, well, in a regular process, have you talked to the neighbors? And we're like, well, in a regular, bigger, longer process, yes, we would want to do that because they're your neighbors. We don't want to upset. We need to work with them. And so that's one of those things that we would want to have them understand what the pressures are and why it is that we're looking at doing what we're doing. And it was partially thinking it could be somewhat similar, maybe a mirror image of the business school and help to reinforce the south part of that plot. It does a number of things for us in that it does still create a professional zone between these two. It addresses IT because it sits on top of IT, meaning that we can use the budget of that to help resolve that issue. So you leave,
right here.
We'd still leave the hub there, right, and build in IT at the ground floor of the new building.
You might explain the problem with the hub. I'm not sure we've discussed that before, but
my understanding is all of your fiber optics that come from that service all the buildings, they all come in a spider web to that east end of that site.
To this building here.
So they go there. So you either have to then keep that there, or you have to rewire a major part of the campus, which is a significant undertaking cost. So whatever we do, I mean, that hub is not going to go away unless you rewire all the wires. It's not like copper, fiber optic. You can't cut into the line and splice and go somewhere else. It's point to point.
You got to build a new one, and then
we're talking
re-pull
about
lines. It's very expensive really quickly.
We've heard everything from $6 million to change it to $12 million. Maryland, Kyle's going to do some work with our IT people, Bob, to really get a number on that. But it's going to be an expensive proposition.
So we thought this would be we thought this would be a good option to consider. And that's one reason. It does it'll go all the way up to here or not. I put that up there to say ideally it'd be great if we could package this landscaping project and this one into part of the budget that comes along with that building. Let's see what else. So the disadvantages are and not to say that the other ones weren't somewhat limited too. This one might have a little more room to expand in that it's limited now primarily because there's the tunnel system that runs just on the north side of Comanche and turns the corner and goes up, and then there's a big row of trees along here that are pretty significant that I'd really rather not tear down to make room for this building. You can, but I try not to do that. And on top of that, this sidewalk I've located at equidistance from the one that's over in front of the business school, so thinking that that makes this more kind of American, symmetrical plot. It's the architect in me, sorry. But there's room to get that building in there. It's 4 stories, so it's 1 level taller. Well, if we're down at 120,000 or so, it'd probably be 3. And the 150 pushes education academy, press academy before we can do anything on that site. And then we open that up, and education could move back over to Britain. And the same thing goes with MassCom, whether they go in the new building, go in Martin, or go somewhere else, or it's the same scenario. So in the last one, well, maybe we should stop there and have a discussion. The other one is finally the second TRV which basically looks at the addition. I'm just going to do it. This is rather quick, but in addition to the west side of Bowling would certainly work for what they need, for what Doug mentions as being that to 2025. If they continue to grow and grow beyond that, that's when you might have to consider on building a building for them and then moving somebody else back going into Bowling.
I pointed out yesterday, I'm probably the last person on campus who remembers this. Bowling was built to be added on to the west. That's the reason it looks so strange when you buy it. It's got lower levels, upper levels. There's a plan to expand it.
The new addition would be for all your labs, your high-tech, high-end rooms, even to the extent that they're replacing some in the original building because they're really poor result at this point. And that way you spend your money where it's most valuable and where it's least expensive to create that kind of space. And then go back into the building and renovate your existing labs or other spaces for whatever the uses are required for at the time of your project.
For offices and ones that are less intensive, less expensive to renovate for. You don't want to have to go back in and try to bring the old part of Bowling up to the new technologies too. It's just extremely
What we
expensive.
discussed yesterday, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but the reality is it costs about the same to add on and renovate as it would to build a new building. That doesn't mean you're going off and build a new building necessarily, but it is that to emphasize that's an expensive proposition is to bring the science building up to modern standards. We've discussed that a lot. I like it because for emotional reasons almost. I like it on facing Taft Street. That's the front of a very, it's sort of
Front lawn.
that's a major consideration, I think, even more so than growth.
Well, like Doug mentioned earlier, I think in pursuing the number one, the health sciences building, by the time you get that built in 5 years, this may have changed to be more than this and doesn't make sense to do this, or it may make sense to do this, or it may not, depending on what happens with the program. So
we get back to Charlie's question. Do we do this, Matt?
Right.
That will be at a time we'll know, Charlie, when we take on a project like that.
at least you know what potentially could be coming down the line. So we at the end of the 3 days, brain freeze and everything, we came back and suggested that we come to you all with these site options to have a discussion about that. We've had a lot of discussion. I think our collective advice as a group and committee would be that this site in our minds probably has the biggest bang for the buck in that it reinforces that quad It deals with IT. It does a lot of things for the landscape and doing things for the core part of the campus. It keeps a lot of students in the center of the campus. It activates it. It can become a portal. It can do a lot of things for you. And so that, we'll kind of leave it at that. That was our sense, but we wanted to have that conversation with you all about the 3 sites, because we didn't want to show up in February and say, well, this is our choice. Say yes. So what we can open it up for. So
Are you guys going to comment on the library, how this changes what we've been asking for? There was some discussion about that. It's not.
There's not any more.
Okay.
Sciences and Human Services, or does that take care of this plus Bolin? And then how much is the library? And I know you got that is a big, big question, but I'm just curious because, if we're going to ask for money, I think we have to ask for the whole thing. I think we have to go forward and say, this is what we think we need to get to the next level. And,
well, I think, I'm not overly familiar with how, TRBs are judged and awarded, but it seems to me, and I mentioned this to Marilyn, if in the sheet that's sent as part of the TRB, you do let them know that this also relieves pressure in a lot of other programs that we need help in. And to do that, we're going to have to go back and do some renovations to bring well move education, the cost of moving one and the backfilling of others, and moving education into Christ Academy for 2 years. And, we say move them over there. It costs money to do that. I mean, we got to pick them up and move them. So, could the argument include cost for doing things like that?
Well, one of the things we were thinking about in that number 2, I don't know if it's been explained, you notice it was ADA, deferred maintenance, and Bolin addition.
Right.
There's a lot of ADA issues with the library.
Right.
There's ADA issues with this building. And then Bolin, there's the staircases are in the center of the building, and the fire marshal really wants us to take care of that. So we were going to try to wrap all that into one request that would address some of the renovation of the library, address renovation in addition to Bolin, and then even the hardened thing is what the fire marshal is saying is we need an exterior staircase. And just like Chris showed, we can open up that space and add that exterior staircase, build your welcome center, and it addresses the fire marshal issue.
So a lot of the things that we talked about today are going to be in that
We can
request.
wrap that up in that number 2
All
request.
in one.
In the second,
Number two. In number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
In number
Yeah, number 2.
Let me try number 1. And your question is good. So we need an IT building by the state. That's got to be thought about. So building a building on that place takes care of IT because you just make it part of that building. So really, it takes care of 3 things if you just got one. If we got the ODA and the second one,
It take care of like
it'd
3 more buildings.
be wonderful.
So the other piece we didn't go into a little bit, and Pam will probably get into this a little bit, exercise science and athletic training are also part of Health Science College. And not only would we ask for this building, we're going to ask for another building, a smaller building next to Ligon. And that will leave the pressure off of Ligon, and we can move the football. I'm stealing some of your thunder, the football offices. So the one TRD will actually take care of more than what Chris is showing. The second TRD is going to take care of it.
Okay.
So this building, we're about to get to this. I just
Yeah,
skipped
I'm
over.
stealing your thunder, I'm sorry.
That's fine. You're bringing it up. It's a good point. But the thought was that if we could get this function out of Ligon as a part of that number 1 TRB because it falls under the Health Sciences College, and then that reduces pressure inside Ligon.
And then you get
The difference that you're looking at to make it.
I don't know where the point of the sign cost is.
Yeah, it depends. Well, and if you ask a landscape person, they'll say, well, depending on what type of material you get out of. It's kind of like you want to do it out of brick or you want to do it out of party plank. So, you know,
What you're suggesting would encompass the cost of doing that. So there is an estimate of what we guess.
Yeah, you'll have to establish that to submit it.
Well, Sam, I got a bigger question than that. It's really not for you guys, it's for you, Dr. Rogers. What if the state doesn't grant PRVs in 15? I mean, you know, here's the concern I have. We're sitting here talking about growth in our university, and we're hanging our hat on something that we don't know if it's going to happen or not. And we need to have a plan B. And that's my biggest fear is we sit, it's great to talk about this, absolutely need this, get it, okay? Because we know we're going to grow. We know that's going to happen. The things that have been happening on campus the last 2 semesters vindicated that. My concern.
I have a sort of an interim building plan that you all said go ahead and do it, so we got a contribution to pay off Philip. We've been putting heat money in the bank. Next September we'll have 1.1 million in the bank. Next year we have about 1.5 in the bank. We're using the rest of it to upgrade our equipment and so forth. We could, you know, and I don't like this is just too spur off the moment. This is a hard question. Don't forget we are saving heat money on our own. We couldn't move as fast. I would like to use that money to do some of these summer projects that we talked about. I was just thinking, wow, that's going to be nice if we were to get the PRV. Without it, I think we leave there's no doubt we leave the Sim Center where it is. We're going to have to make some room for a laboratory and some offices, right, in Critical, and we could take care of that with our heat money rather than use it for something else. So we could put together a plan to get by so we don't stymie the growth of health sciences. And that's the number one thing we need to do. Ultimately, we're going to have to take care of the science because, like I say, what we do there and how we do it is important. And yes, we do need a backup plan because we need health sciences. So the IT center, the real problem, we're just going to have to go in there and probably fix a few things. Not the best situation in the world, but we need better security, just better environment. Yeah, we need a better environment, better offices, better security. So we're going to use our own heat money to save it up a couple of years and do these things like that to get by. It's the best I can do, but it's great. It's a great question. I have thought about it, and it's certainly existence. I think it's foolish to say, well, we've got this, and we don't until it's voted on.
I have 2 questions about that spot. And you said that this was your preference, and it looks like there's more advantage bullet points on that one than any other, so that would stand to reason that that's maybe the premier way to go. 2 things on this. One that wasn't addressed is the impact on parking spaces neutral, I assume? And secondly, what are the politics of moving fame?
Well, I can answer the first one. I can't answer the second. The first one, and I might have missed over that, but the big advantage to this one is it doesn't.
I can take that one. I think politics is probably the wrong word. The reality is it's not. I'm not in favor of removing our sorority chapter rooms out if we don't have another space to put them in.
With every project, then we can make it perfect. Okay. But I think Keith does. That is a real issue. But I have confidence in Keith that he can figure it out.
Twice as big, right?
I mean, we talked a lot about the science building. I can't emphasize how much we need to modernize the science building. There's some feeling Betty and Jesse would really like the science building on those. That's where we're recommending you all, and I'm going to recommend to you that we put the L science building. We just have to look at the reasonable data and say, got to go with it, not just sort of an emotional wish. So every decision we've made seems like there's some negatives with it, and we have to live with it. It's a problem with an older campus. this whole thing together, though, really I find very exciting about the future of the university, the way the campus can look, the way it can flow, the buildings we need. And I think by doing this study, we have really solidified in our minds what we need to do. Now, we've got to wait on this growth there with the state funding, but with us not doing this, we would be caught really short-handed. Sciences, and now the biological sciences are the things that are most likely to be funded because we see the future of research, teaching, and demand in our economy for those areas. And believe it or not, that was in the criteria last time, is what kind of building you're going to build.
So the priority is,
I'd say
you think still priority, I mean.
Yeah, I think probably, Mike, it's really a toss-up between engineering and physical sciences and nursing and the other allied health sciences are the top priorities of the study. I mean, I've got a lot of vice presidents here that might have a different opinion.
Let me just clarify, it wasn't my idea. It was this is you all's plan, and we came up with this final solution as a group. So our consultants to give feedback, push back ideas, but ultimately this is your plan, it's not our plan. Okay? And so we're here to help you go through that process, but I don't want anybody to think it was just my idea.
And we have a lot more thinking to do with you all and with the staff and the faculty and the dean.
Is that going to be, at what point would we include them? Because obviously they're going to pay a good chunk of it.
Yeah. Student government, we talked to them about it once or twice, and we talked to the faculty once or twice saying this is coming, but we still, between now and February, we need to talk to all the university about it, get their input on it before we come in with the recommendation. And I think, though, this background is going to give you what we're going to have to use to make a recommendation as well as what we find out.
You know, Sam, one thing I'll say, too, I definitely think we should visit with them, and I know we have had some conversations with student and faculty at this point, but ultimately it's going to fall down to the administration of the board to determine what's right. Everybody's going to have an opinion. I mean, you know, let's pick on the parking for a second. Somebody's going to zero in on parking and say, well, you take away parking places, I'm not in. Well, you know, you got to look at the greater good of the university. So ultimately it's going to fall to us. And it's going to fall to the people in this room to make the right decision with the right inputs. And so, you know, again, you're always going to have people picket things. And we're going to, you know, we can sit here.
Well, it does get back to the same scenario with the neighbors who have the same issues with the students and faculty and staff.
That's a good point.
Bring them along in the process.
Well, we realized last fall, or well, at the end of last legislative session, that we had to make a decision about the TRB, and there was so much discussion in the President's Council about what we needed to do, including the library, and including science, and including health science, including IT. We said, we've got to get busy. I mean, there was so much difference in our opinions about that. I think what we do is we take a general idea and say, here are the things we're going for, and talk to the deans and the senate and the student body. I think they may have some good ideas about it. I want to see some enthusiasm for it too.
I agree with both of you, I guess. The only problem that I can see is the student body's going to look at the parking and things like that. I'm more concerned personally, and I'd like for Jesse to give us some indication that they're going to study what's it going to do. You're talking about the sewer line that's going underneath one location, all the wires that come into that.
You don't have to submit a site plan with the TRB request. They don't really care where it goes, so you have time to work those things out. So we keep the top two and require another.
So we've got that's the thing. We've got time to figure out what
And what'll happen between February and May is that if the board approves a plan to move forward with these TRBs, we'll also get ask approval in February to hire architects or people just start looking at it, so we have real numbers that, so then in May, we'll bring to you, these are the different pieces. If we put it over IT, it'll add this much. If we include the landscaping, so we'll be working on that kind of programming, and then it may change. And then in a year and a half, we'll know if we have the TRB funding.
In fact, sorry, at the very end of this, Marilyn's going to go over that whole schedule.
Yeah, so if you look at the timeline, Charlie, it's not we got to figure this thing out by February. It's really we got to figure this thing out over the next 18 months.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
well, probably 12.
Mr. Chairman, one more story, right, Charlie, is, and I'll write this in my book. The day before I was to recommend to the board that we build Dillard Business Administration Building on that site, the size of the building and so forth, and this was not Kyle, but the physical plant director came in and said, guess what, I was wrong. The energy tunnel does not run across that, in front of that site. And I said, how much? He said, oh, probably not much, another $1.5 million. We're not going to do it. We'll be really careful.
Kyle, you hear that?
That's what we're talking about.
Better get that utility stuff mapped. Okay, should we?
Athletics, let's go.
Should we play the fight song?
Is address what we can immediately, if we can do it immediately, like pressing needs right now. And that's what this represents. Secondly, it was longer term. What do we need longer term in terms of the growth of your programs or the elimination of some of your programs or whatever, however that would go. And then thirdly, what do we do with baseball? What do we do with everything else if we do baseball? What if we don't do baseball? Would we make any changes and that sort of thing for the long term? So this represents what's possible in the short term, I believe. I don't know if you recall, last time I said the two most pressing problems that you have outside of football offices, which we hadn't gotten to that yet, but that really is pressing, getting your football coaches into some offices. But for your athletes, the most pressing thing is athletic training and the weight room. They are both at least partially academic spaces. Athletic training, of course, is part of athletic training and exercise physiology. The weight room is also part of, I believe, education. The physical education classes, in fact, happen in the weight room for weightlifting and that sort of thing. So both of those spaces are shared with academics. And we know that inside of Ligon, as great a job as was done at renovating that, it does have its walls, and there is more space that needs to be had for athletics to work optimally than there is space in that building. That's all. So there are two spaces in that building that are that are a question mark, and one of them is large enough, and I've shown it here as athletic training. I believe that nearly doubles the amount of space you have in athletic training. If you move athletic training here, and that's where it, up there is where it is now, if you close that, get athletic training out of there and make it into the weight room, then you have nearly 10,000 square feet of weight room and almost 7,000 square feet for athletic training.
What's in the athletic training now?
What's in it?
Yeah, what's there now?
It's the.
Oh, in this space, it's
Yeah.
just an open space.
It's like
It's that open courtyard.
Oh, is it courtyard?
Yeah.
That's a no-brainer.
Well, and actually, you have to understand that it is a no-brainer until you actually go over there and look at what that space does. The Coliseum roof, about a third of the drainage from that roof goes down into that courtyard.
Okay.
So There's some water. If you ever get rain again, there will be some water issues.
Don't have to worry about that.
I've been saying I've never been anywhere where I'm not too worried about drainage. That's not, you know, and you know, we actually talked about some ideas about how that can be handled. But the reality is what I think ought to happen is this ought to become some display cases on each side. You can see those from the outside. And then, literally, you already have 4 walls there. You should leave them exposed. They're beautiful brick. Put a roof on in there. Figure out the drainage. And I think they could move in. I think that could be a very quick project. So, that would make a huge difference for Charlie and his programs right now. I mean, immediately. It would make a really big difference. The second thing that we did is we looked at where to put football coaches. Currently, above this space is this space, where kinesiology and exercise phys. There are some classrooms up there, lots of faculty offices, and some labs. Now, with the TRB being approved and getting a health sciences building, our proposal is to move this out of Ligon and to that little building we talked about across the street. And we'll get to a little bit more about that in a minute. Okay. And I want to talk a little bit more about that building and why it's there and that sort of thing. But at the point in time when this second level becomes available, doing nothing but removing some walls and adding 3. You literally can house all of your football coaches, give them a whole bunch of meeting rooms and an auditorium effectively. It's these, you know, it's not big enough and there are all kinds of things about that, but the bottom line is you wouldn't have to do very much of anything to it. And again, that's like how immediate can we have that happen. So that's short term, and this may not even be short term because until we have a place for kinesiology exercise phys to go, you know, that's not available. So, all right. So when we went through this exercise before, there was a suggestion that football wanted to be on campus. So when we looked at football being on campus, we actually packed the football field, either of them, and it's straight across the street from Ligon. So this whole site, for the most part, is clean. And a small building could go there. It could be then incorporated into a future football stadium. It's called mixed use. It happens in a lot of different places. It's how academic money is used to assist with some athletics kinds of things. And it seems like a pretty reasonable, I mean, at least there is space nearby Ligon where you really could add some significant space. Now, there's another thing that's happened here, and that is with the water. All of your fields. Well, let's just stop a minute and add, if you have any questions about the buildings, about those things that I've discussed so far, I'd welcome that and I'm happy to entertain those.
One of the prospective spots for baseball, wasn't it there?
We're going to talk about baseball in just a minute, if you could hold that question. Thank you. In fact, that's just a really great lead-in. When we looked at what to do with baseball, we didn't want to give up anything for all the other programs. You currently have 1, 2 practice football fields for the football team. You have 1, 2 soccer fields for the soccer programs, plus a stadium. And of course, you have your softball stadium. We were trying to not have you give up anything. Didn't want to take anything away from a program to make room for another program. So we went through an entire exercise about what was going to be the best way to do that. Where is our baby? Is it the next one, Chris?
No, I dropped in the field discussion.
All right. let me just tell you that what we looked at is baseball makes much more sense down here because of solar orientation and a number of other things. Not least of which was putting it up there blows away absolutely everything that's on that side already. It touches everything. There are all kinds of utility lines underneath that side that would have to be moved. So it really did not seem like, I mean, the north side, the north of Midwestern Parkway just really did not work for baseball. I mean, tennis had to move, football had to move. I think we were going to keep softball, but even the soccer field, it was going to be very, very tight. We were going to do a little odd thing in the outfield. So now getting back to the water, or the lack thereof, one of the things I think you're going to have to start looking at is artificial turf. And artificial turf is a pretty high dollar item. It's about plus or minus $1 million for a soccer football field. And so if football were ever to come, this is where we want the field. We'd actually want it a little bit farther south, but we're not going to mess up tennis yet. So that's where we suggest putting a field that would accommodate soccer and football. That allows you to keep one grass field, if you can keep it grassed. There's some additional space here for drills and whatever else the coach, any of the coaches want to do. With a band, cheerleaders, whatever. But it does protect one grass field, and it provides an artificial turf. Now that artificial turf can be used by soccer, obviously, and football. The University of Nebraska has their stadium field. That's all they have. They have an indoor practice facility, but the University of Nebraska practices on one field. So while you all have two great fields, having one artificial field is not, it hasn't been done. It's a pretty high level, so.
And I'm sorry, I know we can make a presentation like this in a lot of detail. I don't mean to interrupt, but I think it's important. The one remaining football field is on deep sand, so
yes.
we can water that field with our water.
Yes,
even though it's salty, that type of field can stand salt.
Exactly.
It's fun to make it, so we can water that field. Long-term projections, I don't know how scientific people believe in earth science, is that this region of the entire United States will be drier for the long-term future. Somebody in the board's already asked, do you all have a plan for water? That is not a bad question at all. Because we've got to do something about our fields being maintained. And I really agree with her when she said we need to start thinking about artificial turf.
Pam, I got a question for you. That field that you're showing there, is that a field or is that a stadium?
Well, when?
Whenever.
It can be.
Because the footprint of the stadium is different than the footprint of the field.
That's why I'm asking the question. It's a good question. Let me just very quickly, the football stadium, and should we just, where's the picture of the football stadium?
I can't go there yet.
I'm just going to tell them. The football stadium can go right here. And no, this really needs to go right about there. But until tennis is solved, if it's likely that there's an alternative for your tennis center, not only for athletics, but for recreation and academics as well, we're not going to tell you to go build a tennis facility somewhere. I don't think that that's the best use of your funding. And it may be worth it for you at some point, but we do know that there are a number of tennis facilities in the neighborhood, and that there may be some possibility that you could either partner or make some other arrangement that you can use those facilities, and then these would not be so critical, and they could be gone.
And they need rebuilding.
And that I sort of skipped over that. They're due to be rebuilt in any case, and that would be about $80,000 to $100,000 a court if you're going to do post-tension courts, which we recommend that you do, because then you can resurface them kind
life expectancy of AstroTurf?
They will warrant it for 8 years. A lot of people keep it in for 12, 16, I've seen 20-year-old ones. I wouldn't really want you to do that, but Charlie, do you have a different experience?
So far.
The length of time that turf lasts?
Everybody says 10 years.
Yeah.
Do we
They
have
don't
enough?
warrant it longer than 8, but they usually last at least 10.
You're talking about field turf, not AstroTurf, right?
Correct.
Well, artificial.
Well, we're talking about
new
infill. I'm
version.
talking about infill
Yeah, I know.
artificial turf. Yeah. So to answer your question, the second part is that football, you can see, football's much narrower a field than soccer. I don't believe, and we probably need to check this, but either you would have to come down on the capacity of your stadium to allow for a soccer field in there, or we'd have to eliminate soccer, make it a football stadium, and then you could go ahead and increase the capacity of your stadium in terms of its seats, the number of seats. Right now, fairly easily, you can get probably as many as 15,000 seats in a football stadium on this site. 10 to 12 is what has been talked about, 10 to 12,000. And the way I've been looking at it is it can be phased, so that if you want to put in 6,000 or 7,000 and then come back and add more, we can do that. But that'll be a design problem that happens when you really think it will happen.
Charlie, what's our average attendance in football game? 8.
And it's all the way out there, so it may be that you would have more. I would expect you would have more, wouldn't you, Charlie?
10 would be.
10.
I mean, for your in here, 10,000 would be perfect. It's always better to be a little crowd.
Yeah.
Well,
and your campus enrollment's going to be growing as well.
Well, I tell you another fact. I think that's right. I think the stadium that you showed there too is pretty exciting. Its configuration.
Well, the only reason I'm going to jump in that is I just had a few series to build up, like the other ones.
Yes.
Right? And so I can get in Tampa and stay up here while I do this. But we want to have that discussion about physiology moving out in the beginnings of that and what that might be and impact in the discussion of the field and turf and those things, because the water is an issue. This is coming back to that diagram that we began with. And so, again, the last 2 or 3 slides, if you hang in there, to think about that discussion that we had of how we take what we love about the core part of the campus and the landscape and talking about increasing that and expanding on that. And this was the other diagram that I did. At that point, I had cut it off about right here. You probably saw, but this is that center line that we were talking about. This is also that line, and I think one of those other really great reasons to deal with the service and loading and remove a few spaces out of here and close that little section off to parking. It's not daily traffic, it's the kids in there parking right in front of their dorms. And there's maybe 30 of them or so. And then redesigning that. And if you could do that, that starts to knit all this stuff together. And that notion of extending that, and this is that zone that we were talking about, and because of that relationship, being able to exist between the existing soccer stadium and softball, that width becomes a dimension you could put that field in. If you get to the point of putting a soccer size stadium in there, then that expands and starts bleeding over into the other soccer field over here. It just gets that much wider than some of the issues. You see down in here the dotted line, which was the notion of where a baseball field could fit that Dan was mentioned earlier. This is that drawing going back to our open space, and let's just imagine for a moment, we asked you on those sheets that we emailed you, the donor comes in and you do everything you want to do, including all this landscaping, and imagine what that campus might look like, and to extend the idea of that open space network all the way down the South Campus. And thinking about Earlier, I gave you the dimension of the core part of campus down to here, but if we break the 60 acres up, to think about that site is 18 acres out of 60. It's in the 2 squares. And the utilization of, when you come in and split way around, that's a really wide dimension. We can take that idea, still keep it, just narrow it somewhat, give us enough room to get this second soccer. And you can see the dotted lines for football. So there's 2 football and/or 2 soccer practice fields. And then we overlay that into a plan that could connect that spine into that baseball stadium if it was to ever come. You can see I narrowed this up a little bit, lined it with trees, and of course what you see is green means that it could be landscaping trees. It could, you could potentially put some parking in this zone, an additional building could go on either side of that as a part of this. Notions of taking advantage of the back part of this to do additional parking. One piece of this, and we checked, Kyle checked with the city about the nature of this. This is a power easement that really, we can't cross that. A lot of times, in power easements, you can put parking underneath the one you don't build and they can get access to the power lines, but this has other issues, so we're pretty much staying away from utilizing that for parking. This is one thought, and we hadn't really talked about this when we talked about the union. Going in Daniel, what do we do with Kyle and the facilities and grounds and all those guys? Well, this is one option that we thought about that would be off campus, probably would work. It would give room for the trucks and other things to come in, purchasing and other things. So that would be one option for them. And that's something that we think about. So that's baseball school. You could still keep soccer stadium and softball. And eventually you could imagine a stadium going in here. Right?
But you're taking tennis off the campus.
Well, at this point, if this is still...
No, I mean when the stadium.
If the stadium comes, the tennis
goes
would
off.
be impacted, yes.
That's naturally right.
If you say 10,000 people in the football stadium, and half of them are students, so you've got parking already for the students, where are the other 5,000 going to park? If you're going to go with this one.
We have almost 4,000 parking spaces across campus.
Well, he's already saying a lot of those.
Okay, first of all, everybody doesn't come in one car. I mean, you don't, it's not one for one. We normally use like 2.5 to 3 people per car is how it usually shakes out.
So you need another 2,000 parking spaces.
Well, there's parking all over campus on Saturdays.
Well, and I know that you've already got a relationship with, I think, a church across the street. It's no different than a lot of other places.
People find a place, and it's not unusual for any athletic facility of that size, where you just find a place to park.
What do you have out at the stadium?
Usable. Those parking lots they're hard to, you can get lost in one of those holes. But I really don't know the answer to this ample.
Well, I
see a lot of the kids are tailgating and never go to games.
Yeah, right.
There's something wrong with that. There's a lot of older kids in there.
Yeah, so Charlie,
Guilty.
I was talking to somebody the other day about this, and the question I got was the same one you just asked, where are they going to park? And, you know, I've been a season ticket holder at TCU for 15 years, and people park everywhere. I mean, there are people parking in the Tom Thumb parking lot on the corner of Cart and Barry.
People sell their front yard.
Yeah, they're selling their front yards. TCU has the same issue that we have. It's just a bigger scale, right? So you got 40,000, 45,000 people coming to the game, and they're all wanting to park on campus. Yet there's shuttle buses coming from all over the place. So again, same concept. I mean, as I thought about this, you got churches over here to the east, And then you've got Sykes Center and businesses over here to the west, which a lot of those parking spaces will be open, not Sykes, but the, you know, the businesses there on the west. I would suspect, considering campus parking and that, you pretty well take care of yourself. Tech's worse than TCU. Tech is
everybody's driveway.
Tech's a mess.
It's like $5 to charge
Yeah.
somebody's
You'd be
driveway.
surprised how many entrepreneurs will.
Yeah, no problem.
Major economic
Yeah,
development.
and they'll have golf carts shoveling you to the front
So we
gate.
can dream a little, did you drop the slide of the stadium, the mock up the stadium? As
No,
well
I didn't
as-
figure anybody really wanted to talk.
Keep going.
It's like parking.
Well, how about the,
Okay, so the other option, here's option if baseball comes, right? If baseball goes elsewhere or never comes as a program, here's another option, which would be to take softball. And Charlie might talk about the issue of the rain that we've been talking about, but apparently these fields are pretty in dire straits today because of that issue.
They're not sand-based,
Right.
so they really can't handle absorbing and child better descriptors.
They can't take the low water. It's not as small.
So they are in dire peril as we speak.
Right.
Water rationing precludes you from using municipal water on these things. So you're on campus wells, so it's just salt.
Yeah. So, anyway, that might be an impetus then to build softball down here with the turf.
Well,
Field, potentially.
well, but here's the other thing you can do is, depending on our timing, and it gets a little complicated, but this field right here, the football field that's right there, both of those football fields are on 12 inches of sand. We're told that. We haven't done soil tests, but it's a PGA sand-based field, and it's 12 inches of sand. So I think that sand can be reclaimed. But if you take this, if you put that in and take this out before you're ready to build something else, whether it's softball or something else, where do you put the sand? I mean, that would be timing. But you could get sand and move it over, and then you'd have a sand-based softball field of grass. So again, you know, it's when these things occur.
the important things to remember, at least I do, if we can convert soccer, softball to sand-based, I mean, it's what you said, $250,000, we have the water to water those fields because there's an aquifer over there. I forget the part per million dissolved salts, but I understand that it's fine if it's sand-based.
And there are some things you can do. The idea is to flush them every once in a while with non-well water, which if it would rain, that would be awesome. But if you can't use domestic, then you are going to get some salt buildup in there. There's some chemical things you can do about that, but it's far better. I mean, obviously you can use water, and it makes a difference. It'll make a difference.
So, moving softball, and if the soccer shifted over here for a while as a turf, to move that eventually would free up that space for what could be 10,000 and tennis finds a home.
And one of the things about this that's actually great is when this gets pulled all the way through, you've got entrance to football, entrance to soccer, entrance to softball, all off of one major pedestrian way. It could be a walk of honor, it could be pretty awesome.
Yes.
What consideration has been given to the property south of the museum?
This little piece.
Well, there are about 3 or 4 things we'd like to do.
Put education there temporarily.
Parking.
Look at everywhere.
It's parking.
That was just so public.
Yeah, sand mountain, there you go, sand mountain.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're
sand.
talking about
We did talk, I mean, there's a couple of things you could do. We talked about that as a remote lot, as a part of the parking issue. Some things with,
Well, the other thing, Just one sec. The other thing about this is you'll note that we added some spaces here to the rec center. If you are going to grow, like you say, you're going to be increasing your student population by at least 50% and maybe almost double. Your recreation center made a big difference on this campus. It's been open for what, 3 years? 4? And okay, and you've grown since then. So that is a big part of student life. And for students to be able to go in there and be able to get on a machine or whatever, what have you, is important. So as your student body grows, so will your need for recreational space. One of the things that we understand is these little buildings down here on the point, I call it, of the lake, are housing storage. We were told spinning, although I saw them doing spinning in the rec center the other night. And the outdoor pursuits or outdoor adventures programs, as I understand it, are down there. So that was another thing that I was thinking could be over here, is an outdoor pursuits kind of space that would be associated with your recreation center. Ideally, it's actually part of the rec center, but I'm not sure how much site you really have around that that's available to you. So those will be some things that, as it grows, you'll figure it. But that was another thing we were thinking could go on that site.
On this particular scheme, if this was to convert over to parking as much as we could, this particular drawing includes the parking along the edge is about 500 spaces. So remote, yes. For events, great. Events at the president's house, rec center parking, yeah, they might have to walk a little bit further, but you can walk over along the lake and up there. It's not that bad. In fact, a lot of students tell me they just walk from their dorms, so they're walking further than that now anyway, because it's really not that bad for them to do that. So just to wrap this up, the other thing that we talked about was that if this could occur, remember the baseball scheme, if baseball comes, this still is taken up by a soccer stadium and by softball stadium. Big advantage to this particular scheme is that if baseball is elsewhere, that it frees up and it gets back to that 18 acres I was talking about. Now we're talking 9 acres of land plus some up here that could be used for parking in the interim. We could do surface parking there, knowing that down the road it becomes academic, housing, any number of other things. So now all of a sudden the core part of campus starts to extend down here. And this is a variation of a couple of residence halls. Thinking that as you come down the spine, if we could take this field and sink it a little bit, I know there's water table issues, you can imagine coming in at plaza level here and go down into the seating area. So these corners open up with residence halls, and then this, I don't know that this axis goes right up to Pro 38, you're pretty close to it. There's that parking lot we were talking about earlier. And I just want to give you an example of another master plan that we did a number of years ago. It was called Case Reserve University, Case Western Reserve. Now it's called Case of Cleveland. This is the master plan we did for them. You think you have issues with you? Remember I was talking about your campus grid? This is a banana. This was 2 different universities. It was Case University and Western Reserve over here. Right? And they've got the downtown Cleveland's back down that way. Up in the northeast part of campus is their residential, and all the brown boxes are proposed new with their track and football stadium now. Division II, they're obviously, only a 10,000 seat stadium, but they did something. They had a track, and we had drawn a couple of schemes that had drawn housing along this edge. And they said, oh, we can't move the track, it costs too much. And we said, okay, well, let's do this. We'll wrap housing around the south edge and put a parking garage behind it, so you can park and deal with a bunch of the parking issues that they have as well. This is a rendering of that as a part of that long-range comprehensive master plan. And you can see how we wrapped around the house, and this is purely conceptual, right, around the track, and a parking garage, and a little courtyard, and the housing. And they're doing this all over the place. I think Texas Tech's done this too, right? They've got a garage that's got housing slammed up against it, right? So when you're tight on space, this is not a bad solution. So we came back about 4 years after that, and they actually moved the track up and to the right, and they built housing along the street edge and wrapped it around the north side instead of in the south, and built a garage over on this right side of the field. And this is what that looks like today. This is all a courtyard of student housing. It wraps around. There's a Starbucks right here in the corner. You slip underneath this glass corridor that connects these residence halls. You get in. This is how they access the field. Now, this one has a track, and the issue with the track, obviously, is that it makes the seating much further
There's
away.
also soccer in there, you can see.
Yeah, there's soccer field.
I think they're Division 3.
Are they? They are. Yeah. All we know is that when they did this, nobody was going to these games. Nobody. I mean, it's like a Carnegie Mellon kind of school, so a lot of the kids were too busy and studying all the time and not out doing it. But when this happened, people actually started going to the games.
Reorient their priorities.
I don't know they're going to Division 1. But you know, they took the garage and they put their and I'm not suggesting this for you guys. I just think it's really interesting, you know, how they integrated the stands and the press box into the garage. So you park in the garage, come out, get out, drive, go home. They never impact this. We actually hired one of our architectural interns was going to school here, and she was living in these dorms. I was like, oh, how was it during the games? She goes, oh, the games are awesome. Yeah, they're so great. She goes, the only downside was Saturday morning when I was hungover, all the little Pee-wee guys were out here playing football. 8 o'clock in the morning. That was the only downside. So, so this is what it looks like on the ground. The stadium that wraps around. And they reserve the end pieces of those facades as study carrels.
You know, if we had a football stadium, a track, we have to consider a track. It's a great program for Lone Star College. A lot of kids want to run it. It helps with football recruiting. We lose some players, I think, because we don't have a track. A lot of kids want to run track. Be a good time to do it.
Okay, it won't fit on that site, just so you know.
That's what I yeah, it's too big.
It would, I mean, if we want to keep that access, that connection back to the main core, it won't fit in that spot. But of course, it would fit on the site.
It seems to put you too far from the field as a spectator.
Yeah, the field, the game's kind of a rumor, but for football.
Yeah.
Well, and you see the stadium. Actually, I didn't tell you this, but the stadium that I dropped in here is very tight to the field, and it is a little modification of Princeton Stadium. It's actually an aerial photograph of Princeton Stadium. I squished it a little bit based on Pam's dimensions.
So one thing I'd like you guys to do is take a look at Mary Hardin Baylor Stadium, the one they just built.
It's hard to get an aerial because the aerials are a little old.
I know, but this thing is awesome. I've been there twice this year. It has 2 levels on the home side, and their new student center is attached to the visitor side.
Right.
It is an incredible stadium for a Division III school. It is awesome.
I think Coach told us about that earlier.
Yeah, it is incredible.
Yeah. The thing about this, and going back to, there's a little red box we had shown you earlier as a part of that first phase that gets tucked underneath as the stands go up and could be designed to carry the supports and other things, is that in the end, this more than likely would be the home side.
Yeah.
Versus the west side. But it doesn't mean that you can't tuck functions underneath that side of the stadium.
One other thing I'll point out about the Mary Hardin Baylor Stadium, and the reason I know so much is because my daughter is an administrator at Mary Hardin Baylor and is a season ticket holder. Her and her husband are season ticket holders. She said that this year's stadium's been open. Campus life is so different now on the weekends. Their president has been quoted in the papers as saying he's never seen a transition on a university such as this. I mean, they had a stadium on campus before, but it was just a stadium. This is really nice, and it's not that fancy, but it's nice, and the kids have flocked to campus on the weekends.
Well, and the other thing about that, though, too, is with academics in this building, and with the opportunity then to the extent that Charlie is going to need more space in Ligon, it makes sense then to put football over here. Not just the football coaches' offices and meeting rooms, but the football locker room. Eventually. That opens up space for Charlie to have locker rooms for the expanding cross-country and track teams, which you'll need for your gender equity and, all of that sort of thing. So, and then the other thing is, like Chris said, the Starbucks, the student center, an auxiliary bookstore, any number of things can be part of the perimeter of this, and it really is mixed use, and so it becomes part of student life instead of, that.
If you imagine what I show here, be it housing or academic, imagine what happens over here and what a liner of something underneath the stands there is a part of whatever happens over here.
Also,
as another separate dining facility.
There's also the opportunity under there.
What's that?
Greek life.
Greek row?
Greek village.
It's on the other side.
I don't think you want your home team facing west, though.
I'll defer to the
No, we won't. We don't want the home team facing west. Gotta let Chris do his thing, though.
Didn't you say that's where so what goes on this side then?
We have to design it. Okay.
You didn't do that already? You've had 3 days.
You don't want the home team piece right. You want the home donors facing into the sun.
The cool thing, actually, if you could sink this down, is in the interim, if you build stands on either side, and these are berms, the students could hang out in the end zones on the berm before you have to invest in the seat, kind of like UVA. If you're at that. Right?
Let's get back to reality for a minute.
Let's talk about parking.
Let's emphasize, the building is really important because of academics and what's in it. We need space. They need space.
Yes,
that
32,000 square feet of space. Yeah.
We need coaches' offices. That's taken care of. Okay, we put down a turf field there. We could put it down because that would relieve our water situation significantly, would it not, Charlie? Okay, so we could just get that down in the next few years. It could take some pressure off of us. Then that is eventually converted into a football area. One of our intentions of this planning is saving a space for a home football.
In reality, depending on what happens with tennis, that field could literally be the down payment on a football stadium.
That field would be. That's what I was going. Okay. And it would solve the problems we have now of our soccer field being dry, the actual playing field. Okay. Now, I've asked this before. If the stadium were there and it had a turf field on it, is it possible to play soccer and football? And could you schedule it? Would that?
Yeah, you'd have to design it for soccer.
Design for soccer and football.
Which will make it a little bit wider.
And were we assuming that when we put that here?
Well, what we would want to do is actually go through that exercise with you, because there's a compromise. When you put soccer in a football stadium, you push the sidelines farther away.
Yeah.
And we would have to put fewer seats on the sidelines if we're going to stay within that footprint. Okay. Now, in the interim, again, it's timing. In the interim, let's say it lasts 10 years. If you think you'll get a football stadium here before 10 years, then we'll need to think of it one way. If you don't think it will be here for 10 years, then we put the field in wherever we need to put it in, because you're going to put a new one in when you build a stadium anyway.
Yeah. But right now, we need a turf field.
I think that would be a really good idea.
Right? And we need it now.
For a lot of
And it needs to be lighted.
Okay.
And it needs to be able to accommodate both football and soccer.
Right. Football practice, soccer, and that's what needs to be lighted.
Well, the other thing is, see, your recreation and intramurals use those fields, and your academics use those fields for everything that they do.
Yeah.
So you have them during the day, you have athletics in the afternoon and early evening, and then you have intramurals late at night.
Right.
And you need to have lights, or you have no place for your intramurals to take place.
schedule that, your schedule.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Did you already address this? And I was not, or they were in
Last week.
the access to water, you call that an aquifer? Is that what we're calling that? Okay. Does that make a difference in the position of these fields?
Not really. Right now, there's a well here, I think, but there's no pump for it right now. And you aren't using it right now because there's no pump. There's a well up in the middle of here somewhere, and there is a pump for that one. And so it doesn't really matter. That water is down there, to our knowledge, and so we'll put a well where we need to put a well, build a pump house, and that sort of thing, along with what we need for the field.
Just a curious question. Why do you need 2 soccer fields and 2 football fields?
Well, you don't really need 2 football fields if you have a turf field in your stadium. For soccer, you have 2 soccer programs, men's and women's, and they really prefer grass, which is why, I'm going to leap in here, Charlie, correct me if I'm wrong, you have a stadium that they do everything they can to try and keep that grass pristine, and you have 2 practice fields so that they can tear the heck out of the grass and not ruin the stadium field.
By the way, this is shown as a football field, but primarily is rec.
Well, it would be, if it could be grass, what we would do is allow rec to use it. I would not recommend lighting it so that they can't overplay it so much. But if it were grass, then when football plays on a natural turf, when they're going to have a game on the natural turf field, they could play, they could practice on a natural turf field. That would be a scheduling thing to do with intramurals and everybody else. But having a football field that is natural would be a great asset and not critical. I mean, you know, as someone who does athletics, that's what I do, and I'm here to speak for Charlie and make sure that we do the right thing by the athletic programs. You know, not having water is a lot bigger problem. And I really get that. So we don't need 2 football fields. It's just really, really nice, and you happen to have them. Someone else put them in.
Well, and you may want to make one of these make one turf and one grass so that soccer and or football could practice on a grass field rather than this one. Right?
Well, it's just that football fits there, and soccer really doesn't fit there.
No, except the dotted line is a football field.
No, yeah, I know, but I'm talking about over there. And really, to get to the actuality of this at the time, we would need to talk. We need to know what your intramural programs are, how often they play, how much they, how many games do you want to give them in their season, what do they want to practice, what are Charlie's programs doing, how much are they going to need fields, how much of it can we actually schedule, how much of it is foreseeable. We'd have to go through the whole programming exercise to be sure that we had the right fields of the right surfaces to best meet your needs.
Can you go back a couple slides? Keep going. Okay.
Now, that same stadium would fit in.
I know.
You can see what baseball does there. It eliminates
Well,
a lot of
the other thing it doesn't do,
things.
it never gives us this land back.
Well, but I guess my view of it is that that's what started this whole conversation. This whole day started with this. And what I don't want to do is ignore that. We spent so much time talking about that last slide. I don't want this board to ignore the fact that this is why we started the conversation. And the only thing that this is different from that last slide is we don't get that piece right over there. Everything else is the same.
Yes.
Correct.
And I don't know, in my view, that's that critical for me, at least. And I just want to make sure I can visualize
Well,
it.
and it really won't until you have a real need for more sites.
Right.
For
More housing.
Housing.
Right.
Housing is
Right.
probably the big one.
And just to go back to the housing, we only showed you the first 5 years
Well,
of housing.
agreed, but if you, what I saw was some additional items on the north end of that end zone.
Up there.
Yeah, up there. And really nothing over here yet. That was just like for 25 years out.
It's pretty open-ended. You could put surface parking there until you started needing to build residence halls or other things.
Or you can leave your,
or you could leave it like this.
Leave it the way it is.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to see it.
The issue will be if your soccer stadium fails, if your soccer field fails, and you're going to spend money to replace it. That would be the time to say, do we want to replace it here?
Where it is now.
Yeah. Do we want to replace it where it is now, or do we want to do we want to commit to not having baseball on this site, opening up that site? Do we want to commit to that? That's the only thing that might occur at some point with some urgency. The same would be for your soccer stadium. Those buildings near the soccer, Charlie was saying that he thinks that there's a way, and I need to double check, but to add sort of an auxiliary training room that would service the soccer teams and softball. That would relieve some pressure on your training room in Lincoln. And that would take a little something because those buildings they're not great.
Okay.
In any case, so what money would get invested in trying to replace or save those fields or move something over into the soccer buildings? You just have to know that if you thought something like that other slide would work, that would be a throwaway at some point. It's the same situation as the Sim Center. Get our use out of it and then move.
There's too many variables here. I think we all recognize that. If we don't get some significant rain this spring, we're going to have a plan. You talk about a backup plan for that soccer field and softball, because we can't water them down. We can't play them if it's I don't want. It's kind of a negative game to play that. You got to recognize if we don't get some to build those lakes up, we can't get permission to do much building, and we're not going to have a place to play. So we've got to have some alternate plans.
Is it not possible to put a football field up there because of the need to have a soccer field to the right where the red box is, where it was in the last slide? Is it not possible to put a football stadium there because of the need to have a soccer field?
No, what we're saying is eventually there would be.
Go back. Go to the last slide. Keep going right there.
Okay.
This layout would ultimately be what we would do. The other one would be an interim thing.
So we have one more piece with Maryland to go over scheduling. We could take a quick break.
Let's take a very quick break because I promised that we try to be done by 3, and we are not going to be. But let's take a very quick break, and then we'll come back and try to wrap it up because I want to make sure the board has time to ask any follow-up questions, and we can kind of lay the groundwork for the next steps.
Okay.
Very quick.
5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Where that is.
You're asking about dress. We were actually here together tonight.
I go the other week, so I don't know. But as soon as we got to
we missing any?
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
You can't see the whole
Okay.
television website.
I appreciate you waiting on me.
Marilyn?
I just want to say that I was given a pin earlier, so you're not going to be able to get rid of me very soon.
It looks good. And if you all want one of these little calendars, you can have one of those.
I want a pen.
Okay.
There you go. You gotta ask the right person.
It's like a student loan.
I've got a big one. I'm still working on it.
He's got a senior in high school.
Oh,
Brandon's gonna have one soon.
Is it forgivable?
Not yet.
As we were talking about our master planning, I'm such a planner, and I want to know when you're going to do stuff and how we're going to finance it. So I went ahead and started drafting up a schedule of the timeline of the two biggest things we've been talking about today. One is a residence hall, and the other is the TRV project, whatever it would be. Okay, so just to give you an idea, and I can walk this through with you. To the very far left is the fiscal year. Next, that is the calendar year, and then of course the months, and whether there's a board meeting that month, that year, and whether an action would be required by you, the board, at that meeting. And then you've got the two projects, the residence hall and the TRV. And then next to each of those is the bonding that would be required, the financing. Obviously, the size of these projects would require us to get bond funding, okay, some kind of debt service. The residence hall, we've mentioned, would be funded as a revenue financing bond, which is funded by the fees the student pays themselves to go through Texas Public Financing Authority to get those bonds, okay. The TRV is funded through what they call tuition revenue, but it's actually state appropriations. The state guarantees the bondholders through the state's tuition that they pay for it through appropriations. Okay, so we don't have to come up with the money, and that's called tuition, but we still have to go through the TPFA, all of those approvals and meetings. Okay, so those are the two schedules. If you look at the residence halls first, in February we would be proposing to approve the master plan for these projects in general. Okay. At that point, and we'll stick to the residence halls first, we would do an RFQ for architect and/or proposals. Now, I say proposals because there's a lot of universities that are going through the public-private partnerships, and there's companies. What's one of the names of it? Collegiate.
Capstone.
American
Yeah.
Campus Communities.
Yeah, campus communities. They would actually come in and say, we'll take care of this for you and help us with the design and the proposal. So we wouldn't necessarily be hiring an architect, we'd be hiring this company to kind of partner with and do the work with. So what we would try to do is go ahead and start working on either way y'all want to do, exploring what our options are. And then in May come back to you and say, here's what we would propose, is either let's hire an architect to do it ourselves or do a public-private partnership, and then work on design. Now the design's pretty quick, but if you're doing kind of a standard suite style, nothing fancy, I think you could probably whip out the design pretty, especially if you go with one of these public-private partnerships, they've got kind of off-the-shelf kind of plans. If we had to go out and do the bidding and awarding the contractor, you can see when you all would have to approve the design and award a contractor. The target, though, is to move in at the beginning of a academic year. You know, it's not going to help us anything if we get a residence hall done in November. Okay? The kids don't move in. We don't have the financing yet. We've already had to house them someplace else, maybe with them in apartments and move them over. But the big thing is we got to start generating that money right off the bat. So the timing is really important. So the absolute soonest we could probably get a residence hall built would be in August of 2016. To 2 years from this August, and we would not be able to miss a beat to make that deadline. Okay, that's really fast. Would you say?
Oh, that's the absolute quickest.
That's the quickest we could do.
How many beds are we short term?
Short currently, we were short, I believe, 93-ish this last fall. I don't know how short we will be this next fall, but we're projecting about 200 short based on current numbers.
Marilyn, can I make a comment about this real quick? Before you go off on the TRB. I would love for you to keep this format consistent and give us an update every board meeting. And basically add some columns to this for the individual projects, the residence hall and the TRB separately. But like status, to give us an update, just so we can see it in black and white. And then dollars, expected dollars, so that we know. And then when we get the project started, so we'll know how much is expended. So we can keep track of it in the same format every time. It's something we're going to see every meeting. So that
and we actually will need to add more. I mean, if we do something with athletics,
Oh, I understand.
Parking.
Well, I think what you do is you have one of these in this format for each of these, not one page, one for each.
Yeah.
So that it's become something that we are. If we're going to do this, let's do it right. So the board knows what the status is every meeting.
And I've actually done these like on the construction where you actually have a drawdown schedule.
Yeah.
So even though you have like, okay, the residence hall $17 million, so you get $17 million in, and then how much we've been paying out.
Right.
So you kind of have a running balance of how much you spent to date.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Could that be combined with what Kyle?
Sure, absolutely.
I thought that was very.
These are obviously major projects, and what I've seen major stuff is the minor projects. So we could do something different for major, the rest of them
On this one.
Don't worry. It's going to get just being a smart ass.
Just say yes.
So the other thing you want to notice on the bonding, I have to call TPFA and find out timing-wise. I would talk it over with Valerie and Gail because they've got a lot of experience with you all on the bonding pieces and when they have the meetings and stuff. But May meeting, you'd also need to get the board authority to issue bonds and then to go to them and get their meetings. So again, that's really fast, May. So TRB, again, approve in February the concept of what building we want to go for. We would go ahead and do some programming, and that was your question, is how much we're talking about. So we would need to get somebody in to help us program that building, and then based on some standard square foot numbers, back into what the ask is going to be. And then at the May meeting, you would go ahead and approve the TRB request and the dollar amount. That doesn't mean we still have to write up our LAR, our legislative appropriation request, and submit it, but at least everybody's on the same page of what we're asking for and how much. So then over the spring and summer, we put the LAR together, we submit it, we update it again in October. So at that point, if we did have to tweak it for some reason, the TRB amount, we can do that. Basically in October, we're updating the financial information, the final year-end numbers, but we can tweak other parts of it. The session starts in January. At that point, sometime that spring, we could go out for an RFQ for an architect. Okay, we don't want to have people jump through hoops too early, but at the same time, it's great to get somebody on board that if we are appropriating the money in September, they can hit the ground running. You don't have to go out for an architect and lose, 4 or 5 months trying to find somebody and hire them and get them to speed. In May, the session ends, and what I would suggest as a possibility is that the board would, in advance, approve a bonding number and an architect based on what we're seeing coming out of the legislature. If the legislature and the government does not appropriate the money, then obviously the approval is moot. It doesn't go anywhere. But if they do approve it, if it does get appropriated, then we don't have to come back to a special meeting or wait till August to get authority to move forward. Okay. Again, issue the bonds. The design, I've only put 7 months in for design. Could take a year. I'm looking at best case scenario here. Award a contractor, approve a design, give 2-3 months to bid it out, get a contractor at the February board meeting of 2016. these are the fastest possible timelines. Any questions?
And so by move-in, what would you, for the residence hall, do you have an estimate of, would that get us at least in the wiggle room, or are we already going to be behind?
No, that first 600 beds would likely give us some wiggle room. What we're projecting in 16 to be short is about 400.
I think we were going to build 400 or
I thought it was 340, 100, and 180. Is that not right?
Yeah, okay, so we're
you were saying 400. You need 400
we're
beds,
projecting
and
about
we would be-
450-ish for 16.
So we're going to be short, medium, a medium.
If we hit that target. Yes.
How quickly can you roll into phase 2 as it was described up there?
If we designed it at the same time and we're implementing partners at the same time, we could be working simultaneously with phase 1 for phase 2.
Yeah,
So you have it all designed at one time.
Right, so if you design it all at once, break ground on phase 1, and then as Pete just described, we see we're going to hit those targets, we could actually break ground on phase 2 before we finish phase 1. Okay.
But again, the timing on when it's finished is critical because you can't do it in the middle of an academic year. Financially, it doesn't work. And of course, the other thing is we have to be really careful. We don't want to overbuild because then we're paying debt service on a building that we aren't getting the revenue off of to pay for. So we want to. We'd rather have be a little bit short when we build it, so we can make sure we're filling it up and to be overbuilt.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is we need to make sure that we have the plan for the next phase ready to roll in case we see that. I agree with you, don't overbuild, but if we see that we're going to be there, we need to be in a position to pull the trigger.
And it makes sense when you have your architect is to go ahead and, that's what I did in Kingsville. I built the phase 1 and phase 2 at the same, we designed phase 1 and phase 2 to fit together, and we just built phase 1 first. And then you can build phase 2 at any point in the future that you need to.
One consideration though is the bonding.
That's a great point. That's a great point. She said again.
Well, the big consideration is how much we bond, because you don't want to bond. Oh, you don't want to overbond if you're not going to build. Okay, but if you don't get enough of a bond sold the first time, then you have a small issue. It's very expensive to do that. So it's really going to take some walking that line and really making sure what we want to do.
Okay, again, this is just a draft. It was me trying to put down on paper what decisions you all would have to make and the timing on the decisions and the quickest we could, if everything's hitting on 16 cylinders, when the earliest we could get some of this stuff done.
And there, I think Dr. Rogers talked about this previously, there was some talk in the last session that if they did do TRBs, the first year they wouldn't give us debt service, so that would push everything back. So they would assume that in fiscal 16 we were just planning, and then we wouldn't sell the bonds and have to start paying until later. So that may change.
Give us some planning money.
Give some planning money, but that's all up in the air until we go into this.
And on either one of these, you can front up the money and then issue bonds later and pay yourself back. There's a time limit to how far back it would look, but we did have extra money, like on the TRB. If we knew we were getting a TRB and they were only going to pay the first year for the design, and we wanted to kick it off in May, the construction, if we wanted to upfront it a little bit, we would get the money in September and pay ourselves back. So, we don't necessarily have to wait 100% until we get it on that.
A lot of information. Anybody have any more questions? And then I want to kind of ask Marilyn or Chris or Jesse, somebody to kind of give us the next steps. Anybody have any questions?
Do they have conceptual drawing of the stadium or
Jesse, you know. Okay, sorry. So Jesse, what's next? What do we need to be thinking about next?
February is next. Before that time, we actually need a couple of days parking consultant. We need a couple of other consultants to come in. There are a few options on the building that we're going to recommend that I think can make before February, such as what we're going to do with mass communication. We've got to something about that, and we have some ideas, and I think we will have our own money to probably fix that. We need to do something in the interim about our football coaches. They can't stay in this house any longer, and there's some things that we can do there in interim that won't cost much money at all. It would be very, I think it would work for them before we can actually get this perfect project that we talked about here. So I want to have that ready for you in February also. So the type of building, who's in it, and parking, we need to clear up a few issues before we make a recommendation in February about the TR building. Additionally, I don't want to harp on this, but we have some really serious problems with our playing fields. We need to bring you an interim plan for that. We may try to raise the money to put in the turf field as quickly as possible because we have one more chance for rain. And right now our fields are dead. We don't have a place to play. We got to start playing very soon.
I was going to throw it out.
Okay, yeah. So mainly we'll have a few consultants in on a few issues that we've left sort of hanging here. I think you know the building we'll recommend, and we'll have to decide in that building that we're going to recommend who's in it. They're in addition to the health sciences. And if they're not in it, and we've got to take care of them, we'll have an alternate plan for that too.
So in the meantime, you will have discussions with students and faculty about some of this as well, and so we'll be able to respond to that in February as well.
Yes.
Chris?
I think as far as the building goes, at some point sooner than later, you're going to start programming it because you've got to come up with a cost estimate to submit for what that TRB is going to be. So, and if we've got issues with both sites, because both have issues, or all three, but I think the top two, you got buildings that need to be removed on one, and the other has, sewer issues and parking and other things. So I'd suggest getting somebody to, develop a program, find out exactly what it is you're going to go in there, how big it's going to be, and then do some site analysis, figure out exactly what site issues might cost, and then that'll lead to a dollar amount that you're going to need that to submit.
Well, I think we're going to have that to at least have some conversation about in February. I mean, we technically don't have to have a number until May, right? Is that correct? But I think we really need to have an indication about it. I mean, it's great for us to say, yeah, we think it's going to cost $50 million. We need a little more precision by February to kind of understand what that is. I tell you, I'd also like to know too if, and this is just me, but I would like to know soup to nuts. If we did this, soup to nuts, this, student life, academic life, athletics, all the way down the road, how much would that cost? I wouldn't mind knowing that. I can guess. I can hope.
So they will.
We should take a guessing pool.
Soup to nuts.
Already smelling
How old are you?
I'm just sitting here adding up our bank account.
Tell me what that means.
I have no idea what that means. You've never heard that? Soup to nuts? Yeah.
I'm young.
Is that
It's
from
all
the
the beginning of the
Depression?
dinner to the end of the dinner.
I got you.
Take the nuts and dessert, you start with the soup.
I'm a lot younger than y'all.
Oh.
We thought we saw you in that picture of the gym.
We're on television.
We're done.
So
Does that make sense,
Yeah,
ma'am?
absolutely.
we have 5 weeks. Just want everybody to know.
I understand that.
What have I forgotten in terms of getting some I got them all.
I mean, we can have some, outside of this, make your list up of what you really, I think we've talked about, and we can confirm with you of what you would like to see in the February.
Okay.
But, I think we've got a general idea of what we're talking.
I don't know that we can get a comprehensive parking study with a consultant done in that period of time.
No, but we can get some direction. And I don't know that we have to engage a consultant, but we can have a little more direction.
Yeah. To do a parking consultant, we'd have to do an RFQ.
Yeah, we don't.
It's going to take a little bit of time.
Yeah, that's, we don't do that. At least not by February.
Sean, let me ask one more question. Right now, I know we're on hold on baseball until we get rain. If it rained 3 inches next month, what would that do to the timetable?
I think we're going to have to go with, I don't think anyone wants to go with it, but if we either go with a sand base or a turf field, I'm going to have to raise some more money. But I think it would mean we get out, we have to make some more decisions at that point. But right now, from all we hear from the contractors, city and everybody, we're going to have to just hold up until we see what happens.
Okay.
Because it determines the price of whether or not we can even proceed with the project.
Isn't the long-term solution going to be a turf field? I mean, next month or next year or whatever, is there any other real solution?
No, there's really not, because we just can't put in more things to water, I think. Charlie, I know you played baseball. I know you don't like it. Our donors don't like it. But, and it's about $1 million more. So that's going to have to be priced.
Short of putting the sand base. Short of doing the sand base.
Short of the sand base.
Which is not necessarily.
Not necessarily good. Yeah, I think probably we'll have to go turf. I think we're going to do more and more turf.
So should that not be our plan to look at the right long-term solution? I mean, I'm asking, is there another real solution? Rain or no rain next month?
No.
But, well, it's a lot of money. $1 million now spread over the next 10 years will not seem as large.
Yeah, that's true.
As trying to solve this problem.
Yeah, I think the real question is whether, it looks to me like on the schedule, if we want a football stadium, we can't have one. Run that run. Gonna have to do softball.
No, there is. That's why I want them to go back. If you look at that third or fourth slide before the end, there was plenty of room. You just leave soccer and football, softball right where they're at. Soccer and softball stay right where they're at. Right.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if you leave softball where it's at, you're still gonna have the water park.
Well, put a turf field.
We just got turf field. And you know what? We've got to solve those problems.
Yeah.
Right.
That's an immediate need.
Yeah. We've got to spend that money right now. Charlie, when do we have to start? We have to solve in January. Softball and soccer. These fields aren't usable now. And we can't
They
run.
won't believe the heat.
So I think we need to look at that turf, that turf field for soccer anyway, and look at the possibility of the sand-based outfield court. We need to talk about something about a sand field, outfield, sand-based outfield for softball.
Based on the predictions for a dry, the next years, sure would be nice to not worry about it for 10 years.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You guys said we've got to start thinking about it.
And Charlie, isn't this true that most of the new facilities, most of the new facilities that are going in today are opting towards turf for this very issue?
I won't say most, but yes, it's
well, in
Texas,
this area,
happening everywhere. Texas.
In this area, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no water, and the other thing is there's no budget for maintenance.
Right. Because in the end, when you take it out over that 10, 12-year life, it costs less to put it in, spend that $1 million up front than it does to take care of it for 10 to 12 years, because it's really maintenance free at that point. It's not, but
I don't think that math is quite right. But the fact is, it really doesn't matter, because if you can't grow grass, then your kids get to play on dirt, or they get to play on turf.
So that's kind of my point. Is you're right. The math probably probably isn't exactly right, but the cost of worry and the cost of everything else involved goes away.
What is involved with caring for AstroTurf?
You have to sweep it, you do have to wash it when you don't have rain.
Right.
When you don't have rain, it doesn't get flushed. And I don't know if you've been around athletic practices, but it'd be good when it gets washed.
So you got to have a lot of water.
So every once in a while, you do have to flush it. You're going to need to do that, and you have to sweep it. And if it's rubber filled, you're going to have to put more rubber out there occasionally. And Charlie, jump in here anytime I'm missing anything. And you got to keep the geese off of it, and things like that.
What do we put under? If we go with that one
Well,
field.
what would be just awesome is sand.
Just more sand.
Great to put it on sand. I'll tell you what though, I think that we need to look into the possibility of if you want to put that field in. Yeah, you're going to disrupt that football field, and I think that it may be worth, to the extent that the turf is salvageable on softball, roll it up, put a good subsurface on there with that sand, put the turf back down, and that may make enough of a difference that you can last a few years.
I was going to ask if we could move the sand grass onto the softball and we put the artificial turf down. You're going to be taking a chunk of that field anyways, and then you probably maybe move one asset to save you some time.
Well, I think, I don't mean to rush this, but we're not going to solve it today. And what I think we ought to do is charge Charlie and Dr. Rogers, the rest of the team, to take a hard look at all those options and figure out what we need to do. I mean, you talk to Charlie and his team, they'll tell you we have immediate concerns and problems about that softball field and that soccer field. And if they go, we're done. There's not anything else we can do. We have an emergency situation. We need to deal with it. So I think what we need to do is have you guys take a hard look at it and figure out what our options are. I mean, I don't know if we can do that or not, but by the same token, let's figure it out so that we can have some meaningful solutions, because none of them are going to be cheap. None of them.
I'd like to hear the right solution. Somebody say, if money wasn't what we were talking about, this is the right solution for Wichita Falls, for what we think is going to happen, because all these other options to me are not very useful. We live where we live. Now, I don't know how to play on these things, so I don't have any opinion about that.
Linwood, I'll tell you this, just from everything I've heard, I'm just going to go out there, turf is the answer. I mean, to me, I hear sand, I hear this. I mean, water is going to be limited here for a long, long time. And I get the fact that the aquifer water will work on a sand-based field, but is there a time when that could get limited and the salt content could be too intense? I don't know the answer to that. That's not the case with the turf field. That's my opinion.
The water tables dropped 10 feet, 10 to 11 feet during this drought. The water table in our office.
Rather than review several options, I'm just telling you my opinion is, I'd just rather see the solution and let's see if we can afford it. If we can't afford it and it's so painful,
then we go back.
And say, what could we do? But this is going to be, we've had this problem every year, really.
I've started working on people who donate to schools. We know we've got to raise some money to fix this. My problem is there's so many variables here. Trying to focus on one, I'm trying to set that priority in my mind. You won't hear me say this too often, but it's hard for me to get my arms around all of these variables. So we've just got to decide on what our priorities are that have to be solved first. That's a big issue. And then what does it cost? Is it a long-term solution? I'm with you. Have we got to quit going in too many different directions?
Well, I was just going to answer quick. Have we looked at a filtering system on the salt?
Oh, gosh.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Probably not.
Reverse osmosis.
This is.
It could be done.
Right.
I'm going to check with the agronomist that I work with and see what our options are about pre-treating the water, post-treating the water after it's on the grass. So I'll have some information for you about that. Secondly, I wanted to share with you that a football field, soccer field size, and probably baseball sized turf is about $1 million a pop. Okay, Just, I mean, that's ballpark. Sorry, bad metaphor. and I will look into that in a little more detail for you, but that gives you a sense of the money. Thirdly, I think it might make sense to also look into what we can do with your current softball and your current soccer fields. If we do put in one turf field, we have all that sand. Now, we'll want some of it underneath that turf, but let's see what we could do about converting the two softball and soccer fields. Go ahead and use that sand underneath there and just see how much. I'm sorry?
Sand is under the football. She's
talking about
I
salad.
understand, but if we're messing one of them up, if we're tearing one up, then we could reclaim that sand and put it where someone really is going to play.
Oh, if we put dirt in.
Yeah.
So, I don't want to try to solve this now, but I'm getting some ideas. If we could get that turf down, Charlie, you told me you could schedule practice and intramurals. We could get that, that's a million. Perhaps we could convert, using that, well, we could put sand on that. Perhaps we could convert the softball field to a sand-based outfield at a quarter, what you're saying.
You've got to have lighting, though.
And the lighting is the other thing. The lighting
Oh,
is the
yeah.
other thing. I will put together some cost information for you to the best of this stage.
So what I'm hearing, go ahead, Charlie.
Well, if the water table's dropped 10 feet already, it's going to keep dropping, I'm afraid. If we keep using it.
Well, and that's
I don't know
why.
who else is using now that senior water
Tape
table.
was 11 feet per year over the Redwood building is, it's what, 21 feet now, something like that.
Where our wells are about 29 feet.
29, ooh.
So
Do you
what
think
I'm.
that's all our use, or do you think that's the area use? Because I know a lot of people
That's
drill
area
wells
use, it's not just,
near here.
it's basically a big lake under there.
Yeah.
The neighbor right across Hampton, there's usually
Plus,
called.
we're not getting rain.
That's what I mean about, we need to push, we need to set our priorities, focus on that, because I can't focus on as many things as I've been focused with, and we're gonna have to raise some funds to do this, and we have people that understand the importance of this program and enjoy it and so forth, so I don't mind being responsible for that, but trying to do too many things at one time, we're not going to get anywhere, so yeah, we're gonna have to slow down on some things and solve those things that are critical first. We'll have it.
So I think you've got plenty to do between now and February. Does anybody else have any more questions? Because we are not set to vote on anything. This was clearly informational. Does anybody, Sam?
Last question on baseball. Money that has been donated, is it all only earmarked for baseball?
Yeah. Now, I talked to a major donor, and quite honestly, the answer was, I'll think about it, of converting it into the turf field.
Or a football stadium?
Or a football stadium, yes. Yeah. So I get another.
Which one brings the most money to the university?
Football, baseball, football, yes, football.
Football stadium?
He asked which was the biggest revenue maker for the university, which athletics.
Baseball is zero.
That's true.
It's just
That's true.
Doesn't mean, but that was what I said, new kids, but.
You know, he said to bring in zero.
We'll get new kids in football too. Yeah, you did something like that. You have a lot of people coming out.
You had a name on the
Still
sweep
bragging.
there.
Well, who would go attack if it weren't for the football field?
You're seeing my issues and my problems. I want it all. The reality is we can't have it all. I appreciate y'all seeing that. But what we have to do is what you're talking about. What do we have to do to keep doing what we're doing? Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Jane?
I just want to thank you, your team, for all the preparation work, and it's really, you've not only given us a direction to go, but it's exciting to hear the possibilities, and I just appreciate all of your work.
Yeah.
Aw.
Thank you. Debbie, what else do we need to do?
Nothing.
Okay.
Those of you that I've sent minutes to, you can send me your signature pages whenever. Okay.
All right, then, we stand adjourned until our February